this very difficult quorum call actually are experiencing the history of ABAG. ABAG was formed in 1961. Its original headquarters were not this government stuffy. They were the schwanky Claremont Hotel. And the reason why you are all here is because our predecessors in 1961 felt that as regions, we have so much in common to draw upon each other, to learn from each other, and to face our challenges together. So I first want to just acknowledge you. You are busy, you have jobs, you have your elected and appointed capacities, and you are here on this beautiful Friday morning in San Francisco to do the work of the region. I always like to say, you know, we in the Bay Area, we lead. When people say California leads, well, guess where California begins? It's right here in the Bay Area. And we take some incredible decisions here at the Association of Bay Area Governments when it comes to the environment, to being stewards of our open space and housing policies. And we are pushing the envelope, and we are being progressive, and we are owning our history of what we have not done well in the past and forging forward. So I want to just take a moment to acknowledge all of you. 101 cities, 9 Bay Area counties. That is not an easy thing to get consensus on, but yet we have done it time and time again here at the Association of Bay Area Governments. Now, before I get in trouble, I'm going to go back to the script because, you know, staff spent time on it. I would invite you all to please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You might recall that last year we were, for those of you that were able to join us, and by a show of hands, do we have new ABAG reps here in the room? New people? Look at that. Welcome, class of 2025 to ABAG. Upgraded this year. Last year we were at the Oakland Museum, and we were about to do the pledge, and we forgot the flag. And so I had to bring it up on my phone and show you all a flag that we can pledge to. And so even though we are at our home turf, and I appreciate that staff has 2 flags in the room, I brought my backups just in case, and they're on my feet. And so my children told me to remind all of you, just in case we don't have a flag, I can always wear one dazzled on my feet. Couple of things we're going to go through today. We're going to go through our annual budget and work program, right? This is just like your county and city budgets. This is what sets the pace for everything that we're going to do at the Association of Bay Area Governments. And I'm going to invite our executive director, Andrew Vermeer, to give a report of the executive director's report in just a moment. I also want to welcome with us our clerk extraordinaire, Fred Castro. We have our ABAG counsel, Kathleen Kane. And we have our finance director, Derek Hansel. And the person that sits usually to my left, which is a little weird, you're on my right today, our vice president of ABAG, Carlos Romero from East Palo Alto. In order for us to get to business, we are going to conduct a roll call vote. 2 things as an important reminder. Make sure you have signed the book. That is your official attendance. And then we will call the counties and delegates. Please confirm your attendance, and then we will call the cities. I will now turn it over to the ABAG clerk for the county quorum call.
This is a roll call for quorum for county delegates. Supervisor Marquez. Supervisor Carlson. Here. Supervisor Lucan, Marin County, is absent. Supervisor Ramos. Here. Supervisor Mandelman, San Francisco County, is absent. Supervisor Canepa from San Mateo County is absent. Supervisor Arenas. Here. Supervisor Williams. Here. Supervisor Rabbit from Sonoma is absent. Quorum of the county delegates are present.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, counties, for showing up. It's not that hard. There's only 9 of us. So now, here you're up, cities. Let's go, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, these are cities in the county of Alameda. Mayor Ezzy Ashcraft, Mayor Lopez, City of Albany is absent. City of Berkeley is vacant. Councilmember Josie from City of Dublin. Councilmember Welch, City of Emeryville is absent. Councilmember Salwan from City of Fremont is absent. Councilmember Zermano, City of Hayward is absent. Vice Mayor Branning, City of Livermore. Mayor Hannon, City of Newark. City of Oakland is vacant. Councilmember Long, City of Piedmont. Vice Mayor Nybert, City of Pleasanton. Councilmember Azevedo, City of San Leandro is absent. Vice Mayor Sakakihara, City of Union City. Thank you. These are delegates from the cities in the Contra Costa County. Councilmember Wilson, City of Antioch is absent. Councilmember Mendoza, City of Brentwood is absent. Councilmember Tillman, City of Clayton. Councilmember Benavente, City of Concord. Councilmember Bellots, Town of Danville. Councilmember Motoyama, City of El Cerrito. Councilmember Walker Griffin, City of Hercules. Mayor Candel, City of Lafayette. Councilmember Malhi, City of Martinez. Councilmember Maglio, Town of Moraga. Councilmember Williams, City of Oakley. Mayor Malkani, City of Orinda. Councilmember Murphy, City of Pinole. Councilmember Adams, City of Pittsburgh is absent. Mayor Nowak, City of Pleasant Hill is absent. Mayor Martinez, City of Richmond. Is there a delegate from the City of Richmond? Okay, thank you. All right. Councilmember Xavier, City of San Pablo. Mayor Armstrong, City of San Ramon. Councilmember Silva, City of Walnut Creek. These are delegates from the cities in Marin County. Mayor Cooper, City of Belvedere is absent. Vice Mayor Beckman, City of Town of Corte Madera is absent. Vice Mayor Hellman, Town of Fairfax is absent. Vice Mayor Andre, City of Larkspur. Thank you. Councilmember Burke, City of Mill Valley is absent. Councilmember Eklund, City of Novato. Councilmember Kirscher, Town of Ross. Thank you. Councilmember Walker, Town of San Anselmo. Councilmember Kurtz, City of San Rafael. Councilmember Blostein, City of Sausalito is absent. Councilmember Nick Farr, Town of Tiburon is absent. These are delegates from cities in Napa County. Brando Cruz, Councilmember Cruz, City of American Canyon. Vice Mayor Lopez Ortega, City of Calistoga is absent. Councilmember Narvaez, City of Napa is absent. Mayor Doring, City of St. Helena is absent. Councilmember Knight, Town of Yountville is absent. This is the delegate from the County of San Francisco. Mayor Lurie is absent. These are delegates from cities in San Mateo County. Councilmember Hawkins Manuelian, Town of Atherton. Thank you. Mayor Mates, City of Belmont is absent. Mayor Lentz, City of Brisbane. Councilmember Stevenson, City of Burlingame is absent. Councilmember Del Rosario, Town of Colma is absent. Mayor Daos Magboal, City of Daly City. Thank you. Councilmember Romero, City of East Palo Alto. Thank you. Councilmember Keisel, City of Foster City. Thank you. Mayor Penrose, City of Half Moon Bay is absent. Mayor Cole, Town of Hillsborough is absent. Mayor Combs, City of Menlo Park is absent. Councilmember Reynaldi, City of Millbrae. Thank you. Councilmember Wright, City of Pacifica. Councilmember Hufty, Town of Portola Valley is absent. Vice Mayor Eakins, City of Redwood City is absent. Councilmember Alvarez, City of San Bruno is absent. Councilmember Dugan, City of San Carlos. Mayor Lorraine, Deputy Mayor Lorraine, City of San Mateo. City of San Francisco is vacant. Councilmember Brown, Town of Woodside. Thank you. These are delegates in the cities in Santa Clara County. Vice Mayor Furtado, City of Campbell. Councilmember Fruin, City of Cupertino is. I'm sorry, your name again, please? Kitty Moore. Thank you. Councilmember Marquez, City of Gilroy is absent. Councilmember Daly, City of Los Altos is absent. Mayor Swan, Town of Los Altos Hills is absent. Councilmember Rennie, Town of Los Gatos is absent. Councilmember Lien, City of Milpitas. Thank you. Mayor Makachuk, City of Monte Sereno is absent. Mayor Pro Tem Martinez Beltran, City of Morgan Hill is absent. Vice Mayor Ramos, City of Mountain View. Thank you. Vice Mayor Vinker, City of Palo Alto. Councilmember Campos, City of San Jose is absent. Mayor Park, City of Santa Clara. Thank you. Mayor Aftab, City of Saratoga. Councilmember Chang, City of Sunnyvale. These are delegates from cities in Solano County. Councilmember Matsensky, City of Benicia, is absent. Councilmember Johnson, City of Dixon, is absent. Catherine Moy, City of Fairfield, is absent. Vice Mayor Donnelly, City of Rio Vista, is absent. Mayor Hernandez, City of Suisun City. Thank you. Councilmember Chapman, City of Vacaville, is absent. Councilmember Matulak, City of Vallejo. Thank you. These are delegates in the cities of Sonoma County. Mayor Lands, City of Cloverdale, is absent. Vice Mayor Lemus, City of Cotati. Vice Mayor Herod, City of Healdsburg. City of Petaluma is vacant. Vice Mayor Sanborn, City of Rohnert Park. Councilmember Fleming, City of Santa Rosa, is absent. Mayor Zolman, City of Sebastopol. Mayor Farrar Rivas, Mayor Farrar Rivas, City of Sonoma. And Councilmember Salmon, Town of Windsor, is absent.
Mayor Martinez of Richmond has joined us as well.
And we have 53 members. Okay. Portola Valley.
Deputy Hellman from Fairfax.
Thank you. Did I miss anybody else?
Did you get Mayor Martinez from Richmond?
Mayor Martinez, I have, yes. Oh, one moment, sorry.
I feel like we need hype music for this moment.
We have 56 members present. Quorum is present.
Oh. Okay, now it's time to get to business before I lose you guys. You try and leave and I'll send armed guards after you, so let's not do that. Next on our agenda, we're moving on to agenda item 2. This is an information item. This is public comment. Members of the public who wish to give public comment on items not on the agenda should go to one of the microphones and we will call upon you to speak. Anyone who wishes to address us online can use the raise hand feature or dial *9. Will the clerk please inform us if there is any public comment submitted for this item?
No written comments received for this item, no members of the public in the boardroom, and none in the attendee space. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll close public comment. Now we'll move on to General Assembly announcements. And I'm going to tell you, you're going to be super judicious with your time if you do so choose to make an announcement here on this day. This is an information item. Are there any announcements from General Assembly delegates about items relevant to ABAG's work? Seeing none in the boardroom, will the clerk please inform us if there is any public comment submitted for this item?
No written comments received for this item, no members of the board in the boardroom for public comment, and none in the attendee space. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we're moving on to agenda item 4A. Again, it's my pleasure to welcome you here to the General Assembly at your home, the Bay Metro Center here at 375 Beale Street. I really do appreciate all of you coming here today, and I'm going to just kind of give you a little bit about rundown of what's going to happen. Obviously, we have last year's minutes that we are going to approve. If you were not part of the assembly last year, you could still vote on them as long as you read them, you believe them to be true based upon the information that you know. A couple of really important things. Obviously, I already touched upon our budget and work plan. That is what sets the pace. But I'm going to tell you about one thing that I'll talk more about in a bit, and that's our bylaws. I told you ABAG came together in 1961, and apparently it was cool in 1961 to elect people by secret ballot. It's 2025, and that's not cool anymore. So we need to change that, and a few other things that included our difficulties with quorum today, and so we have our counsel that will help us walk through that. But I just wanted to flag that for you as an important item to just really bring ABAG forward into 2025 and be able to conduct business in an orderly and transparent fashion. I hope you took a look at all the boards that are outside by the food. They were in another room, and you all went to the food instead, so we brought them to the food. And that was a great move by staff's part. Good call. So make sure you look at that, and those boards really display the work that we do, and it's incredible. When you really think about the work that ABAG does, it started as just people with like interests, and it's expanded to things like the estuary partnership and the management of trails and open space and making sure that we are supporting our jurisdictions through their housing elements. So please do go and look at all the work that ABAG does. It's really kind of incredible. After lunch, we're going to have an exciting session on, I think the best way to explain it, it's got this, very, very governmenty title of regional tools to power local solutions. Like, that's what it's called. But what it really means is how do your ABAG dues turn into more money for you and your jurisdictions? When you are from a small jurisdiction, you only have so much staff capacity. But there is so much that we can unlock, and there are so many opportunities for us, whether it's in the space of housing, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's environmental projects that are going forward. And really, we're going to talk in the lunchtime segment about how other jurisdictions have done that and how you can bring that home. And I think when you look at when you contribute to one of these regional agencies, what's in it for you, right? You've got to be able to justify the dues. You've got to be able to justify the participation. This is how you can justify it, by bringing more money back and unlocking that. And so we're going to take a few examples of jurisdictions that have done just that. I'm going to encourage all of you to stay. I get it if you've got to go. But if you are a voting delegate, like I might just order those doors locked until we get through our business, because it's really important that we get to it. That concludes my report as your president. And if the bylaw changes go through, as you have read, I get to be your president for a little bit longer. And it has absolutely been an honor of a lifetime to be able to lead this region through some incredible times. Any questions from the delegates from the floor on my report? Seeing none, I'll ask if there's any public comment on this item. Mr. Clerk.
No written comments received, no members of the public in the boardroom, and none in the attendee space. Thank you.
Excellent. Next, I'll turn it over to our Executive Director, Andrew Vermeer.
Thank you, President Ramos. I hope I can do this with the same amount of energy and efficiency that you just did. It is an honor to have you all here in the Bay Area Metro Center today. We really are proud of this building. It's hard to realize that we've been here for 10 years already, and it still has the new car smell, which has been our goal. This gathering is a great opportunity to meet you all and see you all, and also that you can see the hard work that your staff at MTC and ABAG do. It has been a busy week, though, at the Metro Center. On Monday and Tuesday, ABAG and MTC hosted the Accessible Futures Sharing, Listening, and Learning. The event brought together Bay Area residents with disabilities to network, share their lived experience, and develop new partnerships. More than 150 people attended in person, and nearly 100 more participated online. East Bay Congresswoman Lateefah Simon gave a rousing keynote address noting her own journey as a person who is legally blind. A conference proceedings report will be developed to document the many ideas, questions, and potential action items that were shared. It was actually 2 years in the making, and I do want to commend our staff for supporting that effort each and every step of the way. Events like this really help us realize our vision of an affordable, connected, diverse, healthy, and vibrant Bay Area, as outlined in your Plan Bay Area 2050. We are now entering the final phase of the latest update of that plan, known as Plan Bay Area 2050, and some highlights since last year's GA include engaging nearly 13,800 Bay Area residents as part of a second round of public engagement, culminating in an outreach effort that was among the most extensive in the plan's history. The approval by the Executive Board in January 2025 of Plan Bay Area 2050 Plus final blueprint, including the plan's growth geographies and strategies, as well as the final transportation and resilience project lists. And finally, last week's action by the ABAG Administrative Committee to advance the final blueprint into the CEQA process after the analysis demonstrated how the final blueprint will meet key performance and equity goals, including mobility, housing affordability, environmental resilience, and reduction of GHG gas emissions. The Commission and Executive Board will now consider advancing the final blueprint into CEQA next week at the July Executive Board meeting, respectively. Staff will kick off a final round of public engagement later this summer to accompany the formal release of the draft plan, and we look forward to presenting the final Plan Bay Area 2050 Plus for adoption by ABAG in the winter of 2026. The Bay Area Housing Finance Authority continues its work to produce new housing, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect tenants. Last year, through the Priority Sites pilot program, BAFA awarded $28 million in pre-development funding to 10 projects and preserved 34 homes through the Housing Preservation Loan pilot. Speaking of housing, we will hear more later today about the technical assistance that ABAG provides to support local governments in adopting and implementing compliant housing elements. So be sure to stick around for that panel discussion this afternoon. BayREN has a new decarbonization showcase to pave the way for cleaner, more sustainable public buildings across the Bay Area. They also released their annual report this spring, which you can find online. And finally, the Estuary Partnership has done a lot of great work throughout the year to protect the shoreline. Their first mile horizontal levee project in Hayward was recently featured on NBC Bay Area's Open Road program. So please watch that when you have a chance. In the interest of time, I'll stop there, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. President Ramos.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the delegates? I love how great you guys follow instructions. Seeing none, I will ask if there's any public comment on the Executive Director's report.
No written comments received, no members of the public in the boardroom for public comment, and none in the attendee space.
Excellent. I just want to thank you, Andy, for highlighting the work that we do. And I sat in your seat. I get to sit on the executive board, serving as your president. But I sat in your seat, and I would always get to these general assemblies, and I'd be like, whoa, they do a lot, but I only learn about it in one day. And so I think a couple of things to highlight for you of really how to stay engaged in understanding the work that you are to do as a General Assembly delegate. Make sure you reach out to your own your own representative on the executive board. Like, reach out to that person. Be like, hey, what's going on? What's relevant? Make sure you're looking at the updates that are coming through Plan Bay Area 50 Plus. Is Shirag here? Shirag, did you leave? Well, we can get you in touch with the staff, or Dave Otten here from planning. We can get you in touch with getting those updates from Plan Bay Area 50 Plus. and we can reach out to you and tell you, what's specific to your jurisdiction, right? The projects that you care about and what's coming your way. But to also make sure that your planning departments are engaged and connected with planning here so that those opportunities that do come up, and you'll hear more about this later today, but also make sure you are subscribed to the ABAG newsletter that is going around that can give you little highlights of what we've been doing from time to time. There definitely is a lot to digest, and I do appreciate you all being here. Next, for our consideration, we're moving on to item 6A, and that's county approval of the ABAG General Assembly Business Meeting Minutes from June 21, 2025. I am going to ask, can I have a county motion to approve the minutes? A motion by Williams. Do I have a second? I'm going to take a county person first. Excellent. Thank you. From Carlson. This is the hardest part where you have to remember if you're with a city or a county. Just going to say. Hardest part we will go through today. Next, I will ask if there is any discussion from the counties.
Yeah, two date corrections on pages 3 and 4. Approve the minutes of the 2024 meeting. Village approved the meeting minutes for that same 2024 meeting, not the 2023 meeting.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, did you...
Yes, thank you. I'll make a note of that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So we'll make that with those administrative corrections. The motion and the second still stand. Is there any discussion from the counties? Seeing none, I will ask if there's any public comment on the motion.
On this motion, no written comments received, no members of the public in the boardroom for public comment, and none in the attendee space.
Thank you so much. If you would please, I'm going to take a voice vote here. All those in favor on the counties only? Aye. Okay, opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Now for the cities in the town, because I know you had major FOMO right there. With the corrections that were noted to us, I have a motion. Okay, we have a motion by Sebastopol. I'll take this. Yeah, what she said. Cool. Is there any discussion on the motion from the cities? Seeing none, I'll ask if there's any public comment, Mr. Clerk.
No written comments received, no members of the public in the boardroom for public comment, and none in the attendee space.
Excellent. I am going to ask for a voice vote here from those in attendance. All those in favor from the cities and towns? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Moving on to agenda item 7. This is your 25-26 operating budget and work program. And before I hand it over to our Chief Financial Officer, Derek Hansel, I am going to say a couple of words and then I'm going to hand it over to my Vice President. I want to acknowledge the discussions we had last year and to say, we know that the difficulty still sits with us here at ABAG, an organization that has no employees is a really tough organization to manage when you still have retirement. But as we discussed last year, the retirement obligations are ours. And they are ours because the work has already been done for our region through our employees. And so we have to honor that. As we've been discussing this, I will acknowledge we did have some ABAG retirees reach out to us out of concern that we might not honor those obligations. On behalf of the Executive Board, along with your Vice President Romero, we sent a letter back to the retirees and told them absolutely not. We will meet our obligations to our retirees, our past employees. So starting with that, it doesn't look like most of your budgets would look like because our pension obligations are a roller coaster ride, to say that's definitely not financial terms, but they are a roller coaster ride. And we know that we have to do things differently. And one of the things we've looked at, and I'm going to ask our Vice President to talk more about, is really this building, right? We access this building, we have an ownership interest in this building, but ABAG, no longer has any employees. And so we're looking at the possibilities of exiting the ownership portion of this building, because all our staff is in fact contracted through an MTC, contract for services. We're really taking a hard look at what we can do to stabilize that. We recognize that it is not the sustainable way of doing business to just simply charge back all the increases that are happening. There's a better way for us to do that. At the same time, winding this down is not an option. Not only are we the first COG, Council of Governments in the state of California, we are incredibly successful. When you look at the work that we're doing through Bayren, when we're doing the work through the Estuary Partnership, through ABAG Power, there is incredible progress for the region and incredible investments that are happening. And so we are committed to making sure that we continue to do that through this work plan and looking forward. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to our Vice President to talk a little bit more about what comes next.
I think the President, and thank you all for coming, good morning. I think the President has summarized it well. We knew and we know that the finances of this organization are important to all of us because we don't want to burden cities with additional costs. As you'll notice, this year, there's only a 3% increase in dues. In the past, we've actually had to increase dues 10% every year. So we're trying to control costs at the same time, find out ways that we can reduce some of those pension debt obligations that we have. Certainly working with our Director of Finance, we've identified some options that have actually been described very well, I think, by the President. We do have a subcommittee of the Finance Committee, which is actually comprised of Councilmember Eklund, Councilmember Motoyama, Supervisor Rabbit, as well as the chair. I'm sorry, the President, the Vice President. I think I'm missing one other person. Forgive me. And there's even a subcommittee of that group looking at the ownership structure of this building and trying to figure out if we can monetize a piece of that so that indeed we could reduce this debt and not have to burden the cities, and we all know, and the counties, we all know that we're all in sometimes precarious financial situations, that we'll be able to reduce some of that debt. And our staff has come up with some creative ways that we'll be reviewing in that subcommittee, at the Finance Committee, at the Executive Board, and ultimately we'll be bringing back to this body. We're looking at a September to October date to actually have some of these options actually put down on paper and analyzed by our outside consultant. We want to make sure that we have a good set of eyes that is not necessarily associated with the MTC side of the house, which we work with very closely. So we want to make sure that we protect this asset, and that if we are going to sell it, or if we are going to do something with it to monetize it, we, both the 9 counties and the 101 cities, are getting the kind of most effective use of the building. So stay tuned, but we are on top of this. We promised to do this when President Arreguin was here. It was a very difficult time at that time. We now have fully agendized it, and I'm happy to say that our Director of Finance has been putting forward a number of options that we could pursue to reduce that debt, and again, make sure that those liabilities are not transferred to all of us. I shouldn't say you, all of us. So thank you. With that, I will hand it back to the President.
We'll hand it on over to Mr. Hansel for the work plan and budget presentation. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks very much, President Ramos, Vice President Romero. Good morning, delegates. If we can pull up the next slide, please. There we go. Both President Ramos and Vice President Romero laid out the challenge that we see. And so before we dig into the budget and the work program, just want to highlight some of the administrative financial challenges that we do have associated with ABAG. This will sound very familiar to those of you who were with us last year. For those folks who are new, welcome to a significant pension liability. According to CalPERS 2023 actuarial valuation, and if you see these in your cities or counties, you'll know that there's kind of this weird every other year process that CalPERS does. But at that time, CalPERS calculated our unfunded accrued liability for the pension costs of about $18 million. For an agency of this size with the budget that we have, to President Ramos's point, when you don't have employees and you don't have payroll, and you've got an unfunded pension liability of $18 million, you've got a problem. And so it is a real problem. It's one that we've been looking at addressing, frankly, for some long time. It's got substantial challenges associated with it. Again, to President Ramos's point, this is all for folks who've retired from ABAG. And I would just note, all of them retired no later than 2017. So these are employees who were employees of ABAG a long time ago. This is not associated with any current work being done by MTC staff who are staffing the various programs for ABAG. This is all for folks who were with the agency back many years before 2017, whose service concluded by 2017, back when ABAG was an independent agency of its own. So it is a real challenge. That pension plan requires minimum annual contributions of $2.3 million through 2034. Again, those of you who are seeing these in your local communities know that there is a reasonable amount of volatility in CalPERS results. And again, the problem for us is when we don't have other large components of a budget to mute that volatility, it can lead to very wild swings in the budget requirements. Today, for fiscal 26, the proposed budget has a payment to CalPERS which requires 72% of all of the membership dues. So more than 70% of the dues that we're proposing to have you pay go to work that was done prior to 2017. Straight up. That's just, unfortunately, the way it is. It is also the case that MTC is currently subsidizing shared services costs for ABAG in excess of those requirements under the contract for services. That was referred to by President Ramos, that contract for services. That was associated with a staff merger, and as part of that, there was an agreement as to how certain shared services would be allocated among MTC and ABAG, things like technology, other kinds of overhead. And MTC is actually sharing that in excess of that. And finally, the administrative budget still doesn't factor in staffing costs which are associated with providing administrative services. So when you look at the budgets, you'll see that there are staffing costs certainly allocated to the program. So BayREN has staffing costs associated with it. SFEP has. ABAG Power does. The administrative budget does not. So ABAG admin is not paying, for instance, for me or for Mr. Castro or Mr. Vermeer. We don't allocate any of those expenses that way. I would posit that there are services that are coming through that way, but they are not charged to the administrative budget. So next slide, please. Okay, so what does that budget look like? So as Vice President Romero noted, we do have a budget where we're proposing a membership dues increase of 3%. That does follow a couple years of 10% increases where we're trying to kind of get caught up a little bit. I'll explain how we were able to hold it at 3% this year. That's probably not there is not a permanent solution to that problem in the way that we addressed it this year. But again, we can talk about that a little bit. Note that the pension obligations increased by 8%. Again, there's going to be a high degree of volatility with that. This past year's, so fiscal 24's CalPERS results were pretty decent. That gets any excess over their expected results get flowed in over a kind of a leveling process. We'll see how fiscal 25 ends up. I think there's, even in this last essentially week and a half, there's still probably some reckoning yet to do, so we'll see. What we've done to be able to essentially bring that budget together was we took $160,000 from ABAG FAN. So again, folks who may be aware, there's ABAG long ago set up a conduit bond issuer and collects excess revenue. Collects revenues associated with the maintenance of that conduit bond portfolio. There have been kind of essentially retained earnings in FAN, and so the board agreed to transfer $160,000 of those retained earnings over to ABAG for the purposes of kind of keeping this budget whole. There is, after all of that, a $291,000 deficit. That is going to be funded by anticipated savings in the budget expenses for fiscal 24-25. So good news, fiscal 25 is going to come in better than we thought it would. So we're essentially kind of rolling over that better into the budget for next year. That said, there continues to be a really challenging financial position in the upcoming years. You've heard about the challenging position this year. It's kind of the same. Frankly, as long as the pension expense runs along this line, and that's going to be for many years yet to come, we're in the same boat. And the problem is then, gee, and again, I think to President Ramos's point, are you getting value for money? It may not feel like it when 70% of your dues are going for this pension problem. And so we really are trying to first make sure that everybody's fully educated on where your dues going. And second, then hopefully look at that balance of the 28%. And you say, oh, okay, yeah, I really am getting value for money on that 28%. And the other 70's going for stuff that I spent many, many years ago. So that is the ABAG administration budget. And if we can go to the next slide. So let's talk about the programs. These are the fun ones. Much happier news. So Bay Area Regional Energy Network, BayREN. Next slide, please. So you can see some of those signs outside. We're talking about what BayREN does, and we've got staff here who can talk about it much more fluently than I can. So I'll just talk about the numbers. First of all, BayREN, like SFEP, is a self-balancing program. That is, doesn't run a surplus, doesn't run a deficit. It's all grant funded. Its main source of revenue is a grant from CPUC. We partner with a variety of folks across the region. You'll see in this budget that it's a very substantial jump from fiscal 25. That doesn't mean we've got a whole lot more revenue. It means that we didn't spend as much as we anticipated in fiscal 25, and so it essentially just rolls over. It's essentially a re-budget. So there was slower than anticipated expenditure in fiscal 25. That'll roll over and go into that. The significant increase to consultant and incentives expenses, again, that's kind of encumbered carryover. Nothing to worry about. That's kind of normal in this kind of program. And again, the whole thing is self-balancing. We do have, as I said, staff costs associated with this program, and that's where we do represent the various staff that are supporting this. And you'll see then in the next one, SFEP. So next slide, please. And then SFEP, and again, there are various stands out there describing all the good work that the Estuary Partnership does. Next slide, please. Again, we've got, it's all grant funding on the revenue side, coming in from the state and federal EPA sources. Certainly, that is an area I just note, and we've talked about it a lot, frankly, on the MTC side. In the current federal environment, there's always concern about what's going on, and that is an area we are monitoring very, very closely, frankly, on an agency-wide basis, not just SFEP staff, but we've got an executive team who is continuing to monitor that and meet on a biweekly basis to ensure that we know what the federal government is doing, how this could potentially affect us, and that's whether it's EPA grants or transportation grants, planning grants, you name it. So really watching out for that, and not just, frankly, the direct funding that's coming to our agencies, but also what may happen region-wide, and making sure that, again, we're on top of that and educating as appropriate. Again, a self-balancing budget. There are additional staff costs that are intended to support new programs, especially on the Wetlands Regional Monitoring and Water Quality Improvement Fund grants. And I would note that there is a separate $450,000 SFEP conference budget that is included in all the attachments, and that is funded by donations and conference registrations. So next slide. I think we went back one. There we go. With that, we do recommend to the General Assembly and request that you approve ABAG Resolution number 7-2025, approving this fiscal 26 operating budget and the work program. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I am going to ask if there, first I'm going to go ahead and see if there are any concerns, questions on the work plan, and then we could go through the procedural parts. Mayor Ezzy Ashcraft.
Thank you.
Right behind you, microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, President Ramos, and thank you, Mr. Hansel, for an excellent report. I just have, these are questions on the budget.
Yes.
Okay, so if you could just give us clarification on the slide of the ABAG administrative expenses, the category other is around $700,000, which I believe was the largest number in that under the expenses. Can you just give us an idea of what that encompasses, the other category?
Sure, it's going to be a variety of things, but across that general range of things, and it covers a few different line items. You're looking at things, and I'd point folks to attachment A, but we've got a variety of expenses, including membership, various consultants that are being covered. There are legal services. There's an audit worth $100,000. Travel miscellaneous, there's the Beale Street assessment. So again, we note that there are certain costs associated with this. We spend almost $280,000 on insurance. So it's a whole range of things. All of it's detailed in attachment A.
I think cities and counties all understand that insurance increase. Thank you for that. And you mentioned consultants, and we all use consultants. In the BayREN budget, the proposed consultant budget is almost doubled from about $19,000 to $36,000. Did that have to do with unspent funds from previous fiscal year? And then it's also an increase under the SFEP budget, but to a lesser amount. You're nodding, so.
Yeah, those are both re-budgets.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. Those
You're
are
welcome.
Questions.
Thank you. I saw one question in the back.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Attachment A also, the grant summary as proposed. There we go. The Coastal Conservancy grant currently adds $150,000 remaining.
Can we get the other microphone, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. With an expiration date of a little over 2 months from now, August 31st. Does that mean there's a time crunch to spend those funds?
Yeah, I would have to direct that to staff. Caitlin, do you have an answer to that one? There you go.
Money will be spent. Great. I saw one other question over here.
Hello there, City Council member of Concord. Quick question regarding the federal grants from the EPA. Is there a plan B, plan C, plan D if we were to lose that funding for some of the projects that are already in place?
Yeah, I'd have to direct some of that to Caitlin, but the reality is, for a lot of those, there's no immediate source of other source of funding. But maybe Caitlin's got a better answer than I do.
Thank you, Caitlin Sweeney, Director of the Estuary Partnership. We strive to diversify our funding portfolio as much as we can. So although there might not be immediate replacement for some of those very specific grants, we are always looking for new sources of funding to carry on the similar work. So worst case scenario, we're just looking at other state and local sources.
Question right here in the front, please. Sandy, thank you.
Thank you. And this not only affects ABAG, but all of our counties and cities. And I wanted to ask a question regarding pension obligations. And I understand the formulas that they use. They have to deal with their actuarial charts, their liabilities. But is there any push in really reviewing those formulas to see, because it's becoming an increasingly bigger and bigger obligation of local municipalities? Anything ABAG can do in regards to that, just making sure that we have the right formula for that, or in regards to their portfolio, what kind of auditing are we doing to see that they're doing it in a way, managing in a way that could further meet that 6% we need to meet? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and take that and just say, what's exacerbated here is when you have current employees in your system, those contributions help you weather the retiree costs. We don't have that benefit here. So we feel it. You feel it as well in your jurisdictions, but you're able to project it out a bit more. As we know, those actuarials come at us 2 years after the fact, and then if the math doesn't serve the state, they serve up their own California math on PERS, and that does us no favors. So one of the things that we are exploring is the creation of a 115 trust, and we're looking at funding sources that we do look at the prepayment and being able to make sure that we're taking advantage of those opportunities. But utilizing a 115 trust for pension obligations would be one way in which we do it. I'm not at all discounting that the possibility of even taking a loan from our partner agency to be able to pay down some of this obligation and be able to stabilize that growth in obligation is where we might need to go. So great question. We are so tiny and in the grand scheme of CalPERS, and because we're only retirees, we just don't have a dog in their fight. So, but it's something we're definitely looking at. I'm going to take in the back. And then just remind everyone, we do need to get through these questions quickly so that we can get to our business and approve this and get on to the next thing, because we got total of 4 votes we need to take here. Yes, please, in the back.
Thanks. Bilal Aftab, Mayor in Saratoga. I want to make sure 2 questions. First, just to confirm my understanding and understand future use of proceeds. So basically, ABAG right now has no employees, an $18 million pension left from employees in the past that we are obligated to pay down, no current contributions because we have no current employees. And one thing you're considering is selling off the ownership interest in this building as a means of paying that down. And so my understanding, I just want to confirm that as well, is the market conditions in San Francisco right now from an office building perspective are pretty terrible, right? People are getting crazy low deals. So my question there is, what is the percentage loss we would anticipate? And have we been marking to market every year? And then my second question is, you mentioned about 70% of our fees as cities are going to cover pension costs. What do we anticipate if we pay off that pension obligation or put something in escrow for, or whatever it is? What could we use those fees for? Do we have a vision of what that would be? Would we be hiring staff and rebuilding again? Or what is sort of the vision there? Thank you.
That's a great question. So I'll take this one and just say, we agree. That's why we're doing an assessment, and we're going to actually have the value of the building assessed and understand, does it make sense, right? If it's pennies on the dollar, we have the same obligations to you as you do to your jurisdictions. We've got to make sure that it makes financial sense. We've got to do the actuarial math of what would the pay down of a dollar for dollar yield in terms of benefit. Does it make sense to enter some sort of a cost share agreement? We do have a right of first refusal from our partner agencies of the Air District and MTC. Is that it? Yeah. Air District and MTC. So we're looking at those options. We're going to explore those. None of those would be done in a vacuum. They would be done to the executive board. There would be absolutely plenty of notice. I recognize it is not lost upon me what a big decision that is. In terms of rebuilding staff, no, that is not what money would be used for. The money would be used to ensure that we are able to meet our pension obligations. This contract for services is working well. At the same time, through your vice president and I have communicated to MTC leadership, of which, by the way, I sit dually in that capacity. So you've got a mole in that room, and that's a great thing to have. But to say to them, the contract for services is old enough now that we need to relook at it and make sure that we are being productive in the way that we are moving forward. These are drastic financial decisions, and they will not be made without you. Next question.
Just one quick request.
Oh, I'm going to let.
Madam
Yep.
Vice Mayor, if I understood part of that question, and maybe I misunderstood it, part of it was what would happen to any money that might be freed up, correct, if we wound up doing this transaction and reducing our obligation. And at this point, it maybe it's a little presumptuous to say what that would be. I think we would discuss it at the ABAG, at the Executive Board, Finance Committee, and ultimately bring it back to you all. But let's keep in mind that MTC and ABAG, when we made the merger, we primarily merged staff so we could have these efficiencies and so that the larger entity, MTC, could work with us to cover those costs. So we do not anticipate at this point, right, adding new staff. Perhaps they would be program related expenses, but at this point, it would be a little presumptuous to say how that money would be used, but there probably would be potentially some money that might get freed up if we could figure out and figure if the deal works. So I hope that maybe addresses that latter part of your question. Thank you.
And just a brief request, when you're continuing to explore the 115 trust, if you could start sharing that information for some of us smaller jurisdictions who are also questioning the good, bad, and the ugly with those. Thanks.
Absolutely. I think that's great. I'm a super fan of the 115 trust. Question up here in the front. Sandy, do you have a microphone? Thank you. Or you want to say it and I can repeat it.
Sure. So the percentage going to consultants of the local grants is on way up. It's between 40 and 50%. I know if I had a grant from my city and 40, 50% was being sent on consultants rather than the grant, I would get questions and would want a little more explanation.
So I think that was when, Mr. Hansel, we're rebudgeting services of consultants that were not done last year. We didn't get through the plan.
Correct, and it's again, if and I suggest talking to the various staff on those programs, but that's a case where it's consultants who are actually implementing those programs. It's not it's moving money. It's not. This is not studies on a shelf. So.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for all those great questions. Looks like y'all read your packets. That's cool. Thank you. I'm going to ask on the city side first. Do I have counties. Counties, you're up. Do I have a county motion to adopt ABAG Resolution Number 7-2025, approval of the Association of Bay Area Governments Fiscal Year 25-26 Operating Budget and Work Plan? Thank you. Okay, we have a motion by Marquez, second by Arenas. There's no discussion, right, counties? Great. Will the clerk please inform us if there is any public comment on the county side?
On this motion, no written comments received, no members of the public in the boardroom, and none in the attendee space. Thank you.
Excellent. Now I will call for a vote of the counties. Counties only. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Passes unanimously with the counties. Now, you've got to remember if you are a city or a town. And do I have a motion? I got one in the back in the corner. What's name and jurisdiction? Concord in the house. Okay. And a second. Excellent. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. There's no discussion, right, folks? Right, good. Any public comment, Mr. Clerk, on the city and towns motion?
On this motion, no written comments received, no members of the public in the boardroom, and none in the attendee space. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. Name and jurisdiction, please. Thank you so much. The ayes have it, and I very, very much appreciate your participation. Next, we are moving on to item 8, and it's 8A and B, same thing, cities, counties go first. And I'm going to give a little preview before I hand it over to our General Counsel, Kathleen Kane. As I reminded you, we came together as an association of Bay Area governments in 1961 with a bunch of guys in suits at the Claremont Hotel, and I'm pretty sure there was whiskey, and back then it was really cool to have a secret ballot to appoint your president and vice president. I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't think that's cool anymore. And we've had this discussion at the ABAG Executive Board, and really being able to bring the practices of appointing your leadership in the same way that we do in our respective jurisdictions and our committees. We have put forward for your consideration that the best way to do so would to elect the president and vice president through the typical process at the Executive Board as opposed to through a ballot. Another proposed change that we have had is that if you have an Executive Board member that we have a strong preference respecting the jurisdictions and what they do, but that the Executive Board member also serve as the General Assembly member. I think this does a couple of things. You're here at the General Assembly, you're like, wow, look at all this cool stuff. Or maybe you're like, wait, they spend 72% on their retirement. Maybe I want to get involved, right? Really, the purpose of this change is exactly that, to be able to get buy-in and involvement at all levels from our partner jurisdictions. And then there's another one that we just discovered today. And you were all sitting here, and the kudos to the cities and the town. Y'all got your quorum in before 10 a.m. And the counties, we were waiting on one person, and we actually could not even invoke emergency procedures through AB 2449 because we didn't have majority, because, Council, if I'm correct, the language for quorum of this General Assembly says that it is quorum is a majority of the towns and cities and a majority of the counties, as opposed to a majority of the cities, towns, and counties. Do you see the difference? So the cities all had to show up and the counties all had to show up, and no one can invoke emergency procedures that are now allowed to us through AB 2449 because we have one too many majority words in there. And so I am going, when it's appropriate, I'm going to ask Councilmember Adams to help us with that friendly amendment to the proposal, but I am now going to hand it over to our counsel, Kathleen Kane.
Thank you, President Ramos, and good morning, everyone. So I'm just going to briefly walk you through these because they are important. They were in your packets, and since we've learned that you do read them, it sounds like you've looked at them already, but I just want to make sure everyone's clear on the proposals that are being made. And President Ramos summarized very well. It was an extensive discussion at the Executive Board, actually, where folks really dug into the proposed language. So what you see before you is the result of that. And I do want to note particularly the issue of the secret ballot. As it's currently set up in the original bylaws, the president and vice president of this organization are elected by secret ballot of every elected official in the Bay Area. So it's not even people on the General Assembly. It's every single elected official in the Bay Area. You can imagine the administrative problem that creates. And then it's also a complete lack of transparency, which is not consistent with modern standards. I will also note that my office has received communications about the problems with this format from county council and your city attorneys. So we do need to take action on this. There are other things where, you know, I'm a little more agnostic just because of my role as staff, but on that one, I do implore you to make sure that we make a change to make that more transparent and more consistent with the standards under the Brown Act. The time has come. I will also note that those secret ballot election procedures have not had to be invoked for the last couple of elections since I've been in this role, because when you don't have a contested election, you don't need to do the secret ballot. So it's been some years since we've had to do that, but we want to make sure in anticipation of future states that we address it. So with your indulgence, I'm just going to walk us through, kind of in order as they appear in the bylaws, the changes that we want to make. The first one is in the definitions section. We want to broaden the definition of immediate past president. Immediate past president is a designated role that does things under the bylaws. It's an automatic seat on certain committees and has certain powers. Right now, we don't have anybody who fits that definition. Our immediate past president is now serving us in Sacramento in the legislature. So with that, we have a past president who is still serving on ABAG, but not the immediate past president. So we want to broaden the definition such that if we're in a situation as we are now, Supervisor Rabbit, who is the most recent sitting past, available past president, can serve that role. Otherwise, we find ourselves with kind of a conundrum where there are duties for this person, but they may not exist. So you'll find that change. It's adding item G to the definitions. And it's just identifying that we look back for a past president, and if one is not available, someone may be promoted into that role just during the term necessary so that the powers of that position are not vacant. And then scrolling forward here, our next change is to Article 6, General Assembly, membership. It's adding a paragraph 5, as President Ramos just discussed, saying that if you're a jurisdiction who has a member of the executive board, that person should serve as the delegate to the General Assembly, although you can still appoint alternates. So if that person can't come or decides not to come, another member of your appointing body can attend in their stead. The point of that, as discussed at the executive board, was to make sure that there is some continuity of understanding from the sort of day-to-day work that the executive board undertakes with the General Assembly. It is a lot to digest. There will still be a number of jurisdictions who aren't represented directly on the executive board, and so there'll be a mixture of people who have more day-to-day experience of the work of ABAG and people who are, one time a year attendees at the General Assembly. So I'm just going to run through these and then we can take questions and discussion at the end. The next change is the one to voting that was just discussed. So currently it says in Article 8, voting, paragraph A, subsection 1, a quorum of the General Assembly shall consist of a majority of the city delegates and a majority of the county delegates. So in order to address the problem that we narrowly missed having this morning of not being able to convene the meeting at all because someone was delayed in traffic or whatever the situation is from one or the other group of people, the suggestion is to take out that second a majority of and have it read instead, a quorum of the General Assembly shall consist of a majority of the city delegates and the county delegates. So to put those together so that if we have a majority of the required corpus, all of you, we can at least convene the meeting. Now, note that the voting procedures still require counties and cities to vote separately on items. So this will not change that. It means that we can still convene a meeting and have a discussion about the items that were agendized. It does not abrogate the need for separate votes of the counties and the cities to pass an item. So we will still need to do that. And I see we have a question. Are you okay holding it till the end, or do we want to do it? Okay, thanks. I just want to get them all together. Thank you. So that is the suggested edit, and that is not in your papers. That was inspired by real events this morning. But I think that we do want to capture that, because it would be a shame to have everybody here and not be able to convene the meeting because somebody got stuck behind a, car wreck or something like that. All right, and so then proceeding downward, the big change here, as discussed, is to Article 9, Officers, Elections, and Vacancies. Paragraph B. These changes propose a whole new way of electing the president and vice president. And what they suggest is that the president and vice president be selected from among the members of the executive board, subject to ratification by the General Assembly. If the General Assembly cannot convene, then the people who were elected by the executive board can kind of serve until the General Assembly can be convened and ratify. If the General Assembly says, no, we're here, we're convened, we don't want to ratify, we don't like who you elected, then the executive board has to substitute 2 other people for those roles, subject to ratification by the General Assembly when that can happen. The point of that is to make the ratification by the General Assembly a meaningful vote. It is not just a rubber stamp. There are consequences if the General Assembly votes against the people selected by the executive board. But it does allow the executive board to kind of understand who is most, currently involved in the ongoing business of ABAG, select among those people, move forward and keep the business of the agency moving. One of the vulnerabilities we have is that the General Assembly is difficult to get together, right? I mean, it's hard on all of you to come from everywhere across the 9 counties here. It's difficult to get those quorums. So we need to be able to do something to ensure that these positions can be filled and operating, in the interim if we're not able to get the General Assembly together. So that is the big change from the prior secret ballot format that was well debated by members of the executive board when this came up before them in May. There are also little procedural changes about timing. So one of the problems that we had under the prior format was that the election of the president and vice president were off-center from the General Assembly. So the General Assembly happens in June, and the terms were starting in January, and there was this mismatch. Now it is being realigned with the suggestion that the executive board do its election, the General Assembly ratify, and then the terms start July 1st, so that the people you just ratified are the ones who are leading the agency within weeks of your action, as opposed to waiting 6 months. It was kind of an odd format in that regard. So that's the intent behind those, and that those elections would happen in even-numbered years.
If I may add, and so part of that change would be that myself and Vice President Romero would serve until the next General Assembly occurs in 2026, so that April, the executive committee acts, the executive board acts, makes the referral over to the General Assembly meets in June of 2026, and your new president and vice president will begin on July 1st.
That's right. So in order to sync up with that, the suggestion is to extend this current term until we can pick up that July 1 start date. The last change is to the timing of the budget. Right now, the executive board is supposed to take action 45 days before this meeting on its budget, which puts it out of sync with MTC's budget cycle. And of course, as we know, because of the contract for services, it's all the same staff, and they do relate. The other problem that it has is it requires oftentimes a special meeting of the executive board in order to hit that 45-day setback. This is a minor change, taking it to 20 days. The hope is that that's still sufficient time for General Assembly delegates to read the budget and think about it, but it doesn't create an administrative burden. And I think more importantly, keeping it in sync with the MTC budget cycle means that there's better information available to the executive board, because it's difficult to consider things when numbers are still preliminary, right? So this enables kind of a more uniform package to go through for the budget cycle. And with that, those are our key changes that as proposed. And I do want to take questions, and I think that our President and Vice President, any members of the Executive Board who wish to speak on this are also maybe more able to speak to some of the policy issues behind it. But I know we had one, and I want to start there to make sure that we don't miss that.
Hi, Chantel Walker, San Anselmo. Just a quick clarification. So if it's approved, the combined quorum that's proposed, for any vote that occurs, we'll need separate quorums.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the only other question is, how is the budget built over time before that 20 days, in case we want to take a look at how things are coming along?
Sure. I'll defer that one to our CFO.
Thank you for the question. So we submit before that period the budget for hearing at the executive board. Typically, the executive board already has standing meetings in January, March, and May, right? And so were we not to have scheduled a special meeting in April, we would have had to bring it to the executive board in March in order to be able to hit that 45-day clock. That's really the problem that's engendering this. Absolutely.
Absolutely, correct. So months in advance, we're working through it, and really when it comes down, and we're informing that process as we get updates from finance. We get mid-year budget year updates, and so same thing as your jurisdiction, but we just have to. Unlike your jurisdiction, you've got a June 30th deadline. We've got a little bit forwarded deadline, but we also got to wait for everyone else. And we also have to line up with each of your jurisdictions. We have to inform you what your dues are going to be so that you can formulate your budget. Thank you. Next question, right behind you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marisol Rubio from the City of San Ramon. And I just, with items 3 and 4 here, it says, for 3, it says to ensure continuity of knowledge between the Executive Board and the General Assembly. My concern on this is how information, I believe, knowledge and information should be passed on. And how is this going to create a new bench of leaders? And, you know, if we're just keeping the knowledge within a small circle, it's not, in my opinion, it is not promoting bringing more people into the fold. Also, if there's problems with attendance, it is possible that some people are not here because they may have had an emergency, their families themselves. Have we considered allowing perhaps remote attendance? I know that there are legally options available under those conditions. And then regarding item 4, to address concerns regarding transparency and administratability of the current mechanism and to ensure the officers are directly familiar with the ongoing work of ABAG. Again, this familiarity, to ensure familiarity, if we're doing adequate education, then that's not a problem anymore. And also consolidating decision-making and all of those things is actually less democratic, not more democratic. And we want to, I think, as a body, if we want to continue to grow and have more influence and more leverage, we need to aim for more inclusion, not less. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll take the first one and say, when it comes to the number 3 regarding delegates serving, executive board members serving as the delegates, this is restricted to 35 people, only those people that are on the executive board. So I would say to you, I was in that scenario. I am your president, and I was not my county's delegate until this year because it was treated as a separate process. So last year, I was not a voting member at this body. Now that just doesn't seem right. I lead this body and I wasn't a voting member here at the General Assembly. That goes the same for every single one of your representative jurisdictions where you are the executive board member. So it doesn't preclude any non-executive board member jurisdiction. It's just for those county and city delegates that are prescribed within the bylaws of section, let me get there, on membership, Article 7 on the executive board, it applies to the 2 representatives from Alameda and the 2 representatives from the member cities and so on and so forth. So that's what it's really geared towards. In terms of inclusion, I think, and I'm going to turn it over actually right now and recognize in a second my colleague, Councilmember Adams, but you know, one of the things that is important here is that this is a membership-driven organization. And so you select through your various mayor's conferences who's going to be your city rep. Your county board of supervisors selects your county reps. And so that process has already taken place to put each of us in each 35 of us in these seats at the executive board. And this change is really geared towards honoring that process because those jurisdictions have already said, this is who we want serving. And what this is actually looking at is making sure that someone that has not been selected in a very open and democratic way from their partner jurisdictions doesn't end up being part of the leadership and negating what has already been done at your cities. So that's really where that comes from. And I'm going to go ahead and recognize Councilmember Adams for, I'm pretty sure you've got something to say here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. Oh, I'm sorry. I appreciate your comments and concerns, and we did talk about that at the executive level. And I just want to echo what President Ramos just said. The members of the executive board have already been put in their seats by the different councils, right? So there's 9 counties, so that's 9 right there, and then there's 9 cities represented, so there's 18 people. That's not a huge amount, but I think it bears repeating that this is a very democratic process. Everybody in this room has elected those city council people that are in those seats. I'd also like to just mention too that you know, we're talking a little bit about changing the way we vote for the president and the vice president of ABAG. The very first year in 2019 that I came to the General Assembly, I remember before receiving a secret ballot to choose who was going to be the president and vice president of ABAG. I didn't know any of those people. I didn't know what they did. And here I was voting. I could have voted for anybody to be on that board. After serving a little over 4 years on the executive board, to me, this is a no-brainer. The people who sit on that board, just the way the same people who sit on your councils, unless you have a directly elected mayor, they're the ones who choose the mayor rather than going out to a wider group and having them do that. So if your city wants to do it that way, then they can elect a mayor by the city. But those are just my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Silva in the back.
Thank you very much, and I do serve on the executive board and for a few years. I'm actually going to ask for a slight wording modification. Item number 3, speaking of which, is very clear, and somehow when you translated it into page 5, the membership statement, I think there's a confusion, and every time I've read it, I have the same confusion. Where the way it's translated into the bylaws, it says, the representative shall serve as that jurisdiction's delegate to the General Assembly. Alternates to the executive board representative may be appointed. Every time I've read it, I thought it was saying my jurisdiction could appoint someone else to sit in my seat at the executive board. It's just minor, but sometimes words really matter. And I think it just needs to say alternates to the executive board representative. General Assembly alternates may be appointed by the jurisdiction. which is really close to what it says in the memo, cover memo. And Kathleen, I'm sure you can figure this out unless everybody says, boo, Silva, sit down.
No, I'm certainly fine making that change. I will note that this whole section is the General Assembly, so that's why it wasn't repeated there.
I went back and checked that.
Yeah.
Okay, where is it? But sometimes people don't read once they've spun through it. They don't go back and go, what is this? And I don't think the clarification wording would change the meaning of it at all. I think it would make it clear that the alternate is to the General Assembly that's being appointed by the jurisdiction.
So just so that I get this correct, you're suggesting that the second sentence read
General Assembly
alternates. Okay, yes. I'm happy to make that change.
It's just a missing word or two.
Yeah.
Thank you. That seems very friendly. Councilmember Murphy, right here, right here.
Thank you, Madam President. Councilmember Murphy from the City of Pinole. Just wanted to first of all say thank you to the Executive Board for the grueling work of bylaw reform. Those of us who appreciate bylaws always appreciate the work that goes into them. So just wanted to say that and appreciate the intent. I too spoke to a couple city representatives and including folks in my city about Provision 3 on the staff report, which is Article 6, 5, recommended Article 6, Section A, 5, which says, I think we're referring to the Provision 3 again. I do, call me a city rep. I come from the lineage of folks who don't like more mandates, especially unfunded ones. But this one is not regarding money so much, but I do see some concerns with just kind of the toughness of it. It seems really rigid. I would like to propose language that keeps the intent clear. What I hear from you all is that you all are looking for essentially some knowledge-based continuation. And I think that's very powerful, but I also would encourage us to consider leaving room for exceptions. I think we could easily keep the intent here, but also leave room for exceptions with some language that speaks to a strong recommendation. So for example, saying it is strongly recommended that each jurisdiction with a representative on the executive board have that representative serve as its delegate to the General Assembly. And I like Councilmember Silva's recommendation about the appointee changes language, just to clarify that. But I would prefer, and to the president as well as to the General Assembly, us use language around strong recommendations, just to leave our jurisdictions a bit more open to who we as individual cities or counties want to vote on. I've been a mayor in Contra Costa, so I'm very familiar with the Mayor's Council of Contra Costa and our process. That is a different process, and we should allow that process to be that process, but certainly allow cities, including my own, for example, to decide who we want to be here. I think it's possible for us to do both, and I think changing that language to strong recommendation keeps the intent clear, but also leaves us room for exceptions when needed. So thank you.
Next, we got a question in the back. I'll take that one up after we get all our questions out.
Hello, I'm Kevin Park from the city of Santa Clara. I did not really think about the democracy aspect until I heard the follow-up comment. And I feel that when people say it's only a small number of people, that makes me very, very concerned. I think that even if it is a small, the number of people is not really the concern. It's about the opportunities that we have. So I would say that if there are positions that are, again, if we're consolidating representation to a smaller group, I don't know that that's where we want to go from a democracy standpoint. So I would, again, suggest perhaps we can think about ways to include more people. When I think about that, I think about the immediate past president as well. I'm looking for the powers of the immediate past president. I don't know if it's just ceremonial, but again, selected from the board. But perhaps that board position should be opened for another person as well. Again, the concern is consolidation of representation to a smaller group. And this is where, if we believe that the immediate past president is important enough that we need to have somebody fill that role when there is nobody that meets the criteria, then perhaps we should make that board position open as well. Same thing with uncontested. When we have a nomination period, I think that if there are no contested, if there are no opponents or there are no, then perhaps we should as we do when an incumbent does not run for re-election, at least in my city, my county, which is we open the nomination period for a short time more. It's not a long time. Maybe it's a partial week. Maybe it's a week. But again, I think that the nominations and who's in the nominations or who's not in the nominations actually does change the type of vote that we would have, and would perhaps encourage other people to run. So those are my suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. In regards to the immediate past president definition change, I will point you to Article 2, Section G. And in fact, it does say, if no such former president is available, the current president, in consultation with the vice president, may appoint another member of the executive board to serve as immediate past president for all purposes under the bylaws. So there is an opportunity to engage someone else. Supervisor Rabbit from Sonoma County has served as the longest serving immediate past president in the history of ABAG for now 6 years running, because of changes that happened in leadership during COVID. My predecessor served 2 terms as president of ABAG, and then because I came in as president and my predecessor reverted to vice president, the same immediate stayed. Well, immediate isn't really immediate when you are 6 years, so it is a semantics change. But in the event that there is not a person that is able to serve with this definition change to just say past president as opposed to immediate past president, but that's really what we're changing here, there is a process for being able to fill those roles, primarily due in the Finance Committee area and in ACFA, Advancing California Financing Authority. In the back over there, we've got a question.
Thank you. Jeff Nybert, Vice Mayor of Pleasanton. In regard to the additional item that was added in regard to the quorum of the General Assembly being the majority of total number of delegates, the General Assembly actions then must still be ratified by a majority of a quorum of city delegates, a majority of a quorum of county delegates, as stated. And then there's an exception, except as provided for in Article 14, amendments. And Article 14, amendments, states that a majority vote of the county delegates present and a majority vote of the city delegates present are required to adopt an amendment. The key thing there is the word quorum is left out. However, for the amendment to be adopted at a meeting of the General Assembly, it seems there must be a quorum. And therefore, I don't know why that exception exists, and I'm wondering if it is just superfluous.
If I may, I agree that it is somewhat superfluous, but in an effort to make as few on the morning changes as possible, we were just suggesting to do that language. I imagine this might be an iterative process because these bylaws can always profit from some language tweaking.
Thank you. In the front here.
Hi, Lethe Kimball County Mayor Rinda. As a relative outsider, and that this is my first time attending this body, I just want to say I think all the proposed changes make a lot of sense and speak in favor particularly of number 3, because if you have a representative from your jurisdiction serving on the executive board, your jurisdiction is getting adequately represented, I think, in that body. I think the sharing of information and having, 18 individuals be the delegates from their respective jurisdictions in the GA makes sense. It is important to have that continuity of knowledge, and it makes sense to me as a complete outsider to the process. I'm not complete, but, relatively, in that I haven't served on the e-board or anything like that. And I think it also, you're adding a second delegate for jurisdictions where the delegates are serving on the executive board would not be democratic, because that means that jurisdiction would have more than one representative. So that, for what it's worth, those are my thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie Andre from the City of Larkspur. I just had a question and perhaps a suggestion in terms of, Article 9B. where in the election of the president and vice president, if for some reason the General Assembly does not ratify the president and vice president, it seems like the executive board goes back and discusses and reconvenes and then puts forward 2 new candidates. Just given the difficulty of convening the General Assembly, I mean, does it make sense to just have procedures at the actual meeting to put forward new nominations and allow the General Assembly to vote, at that same meeting, so that, you don't have to convene another special meeting to elect president and vice president?
I will go ahead and respond to that. What we looked at is trying to strike a balance with engagement of the General Assembly, but still respecting the process that we use in every single other committee, and that is that the committees appoint their leadership. We're really trying to take what we know and what is familiar and works, whether it's your CTAs, whether it's, MTC, for example, incredibly powerful, meaningful, billions of dollars flowing through this organization. They don't have the process that's before you of having to go through a General Assembly. They do it like you do it at your local CTAs, at your councils and your boards. They put forward nominations. They have a nomination committee. They put forward their nominations, and it gets done in a meeting, and that's it. And they have fewer members and represent, again, 101 cities and 9 Bay Area counties. And so what we're trying, and I will take the fall on this one, what I was certainly trying to do is making sure that the General Assembly is still engaged in this process. I think it's important because that is part of our history. No other COG does it this way. No other council of governments does it this way in the state of California. And I've gone deep, like in the rabbit hole, to try and figure out how does everyone else do it and can we do it better. And what I found is that our General Assembly is incredibly unique and meaningful and part of our legacy, and I don't want to lose that. At the same time, we need to strike a balance to be able to do this more openly and on notice. If we were to take my reservation with taking any nomination from the floor of the General Assembly is that there is no vetting and notice period as to who is coming forward. Whereas if we put it forward on the executive board through an agenda, it's there, it's out in the open, you know what day it's going to happen. There would be absolutely no notice coming forward that it might not be the 2 people that were nominated forward by the executive board. Any other comments or questions? Right here.
Yes, hi, I'm Paris Shepherd, Sassoon City Council of Sassoon City. Mayor Alma Hernandez delegated me to come, and I was looking at the wording just for clarification for membership under that article, page 5. It says an alternate appointed pursuant to article may act in the absence of the delegate. Would it be fair to say, to make it sure it's clear for continuity, the voting delegate? So I'll be acting in lieu of the voting delegate, which is Alma Hernandez, correct me if I'm wrong? So if she's not here, I come and I can vote in her absence. But we want to be clear for its layman terms and continuity of communication. And clarity, I was thinking maybe put the voting delegate, so it should read an alternate appointed pursuant to article may act in the absence of the voting delegate.
So I will say, and I'll ask for counsel, but only delegates are permitted to vote at ABAG. So if you have a 5-member council and you have a delegate, only the delegate or its alternate may vote. The other 3 canceled out. So it has to already, again, this goes back to it already has to have been a public process of appointment through your own respective jurisdictions, by definition. Any other? Do you have a follow-up comment back there or question? Is it the same person? Okay, if we could make it brief so we can make sure we get to everyone else. Thank you.
Again, this is Kevin Park from the city of Santa Clara. With all due respect, I'm concerned about us missing the point of representation and increased involvement about the immediate past president. I mean, if the position of immediate past president is important enough to create new rules to replace, then I think that a person should commit to that role and give the opportunity to serve in their other role to another person, making the number of people on the executive board the same rather than reducing it. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Adams.
Let me just answer this question. The reason why we're having this discussion right now is because our immediate past president was elected to the legislature. So in that case, we don't reduce the board number.
Okay, is it just a ceremonial position, meaning that if you had the current board without the immediate past president, then you would have one fewer member, and then assigning one of the people in the one fewer member board the role of immediate past president would have still one fewer member. That's my point. I mean, I'm happy to have this conversation offline as well.
Let's have it offline.
Yeah.
That's good.
Oh, no, understand.
Okay, right in stripes. Right over here. Sorry.
Thank you, Jean Josie, City of Dublin. I agree with the comments that were made about in the unusual, unlikely circumstance that the General Assembly does not ratify the choice that the Executive Board puts forward for President and Vice President. Instead of having another meeting with another choice from the Executive Board, I do believe that the General Assembly should make a decision at that time, but I think the choices should be limited to people that are currently on the Executive Committee, because that ensures continuity of knowledge. It ensures that we're not electing a president who has never sat on the executive board, does not know the work plan, does not understand the budget, is coming out of left field. But it seems to me that that is the right compromise between the democratic process, having to try to get quorum call again, and still allowing for the General Assembly to be something other than a rubber stamp for executive board. I do think it would be, it's an unlikely scenario to happen, but I think that to me that's the right compromise.
Thank you. I saw one more hand right up over here.
Good morning or afternoon. I don't know what time it is.
It's
now.
afternoon.
Okay.
It's afternoon. We're late.
Holly Tillman, City of Clayton, and thank you, Jean Josie. It's along the same lines. I'm trying to understand, if you can clarify, exactly how the vote takes place for the General Assembly without us having to come back. And are there alternatives to whom we can vote for? And I'm also trying to understand exactly what happens, because the way that I read it, if the General Assembly vote cannot occur, as for example, because of a failure of a quorum, the Executive Board approved President and Vice President may serve in their roles until the vote of the General Assembly can take place. So is that not the people who are currently serving as President and Vice President? It's the new ones who were voted in by that group, by the executive body?
That's the intent, if I may, President Ramos. The intent is to identify two different scenarios involving the General Assembly. So the first one is if we can't have a meeting, the action of the Executive Board to appoint these new people is in force until such time as we can have a meeting to hold the ratification vote. The thought there being that there was no refusal or denial by the General Assembly, it's just that you couldn't hold a meeting to make the determination. The second scenario is if the General Assembly does have a meeting and says, no, we don't like the people that you put forward, then that keys into this discussion about what happens after that. The current suggestion with these is that the Executive Board, consistent with the intent behind these modifications, right, goes back and takes another whack at it with two different people. It accepts the rejection of the General Assembly for the two who were put forward and puts forward two new more. And then, again, because of the difficulty in convening this body, the question is, between being able to convene the General Assembly particularly more than once a year, what happens, because there needs to be some leadership. So that's what this is designed to address. I mean, obviously there's a discussion right now about whether it's appropriate or not, but that was the intent behind the language.
Okay, and then my follow-up is, will we be voting on these items separately? Or do you intend to do this as one?
I do intend for all of it together. So I'm going to go ahead and just to facilitate discussion. I believe, was it Councilmember Josie? Is that it? I will say this is an item we struggled with, of going back and forth, and we saw this morning how hard it is to assemble you. But as you can see through this discussion, this is why we want you, because it's good to have all these people and all these thoughts in a room together. I do think that I will say I like your proposal. I think that as long as we restrict it to those that are appointed to the executive board, we still meet the same objectives, and we could then do it from the floor, because then it would be delineated within the bylaws that it would limit the sphere to any of those 35 that are serving on the executive board. So I will go ahead and say that I am in favor of that type of change, so as to not send it back to the executive board, and so as to not reconvene a very difficult to convene General Assembly. Are there any, with that as our starting point, are there questions, comments? I'll take this one right here in the front-ish. And it's like just a few of you in between all these people and their food. So just keep that in mind.
Thank you. And I appreciate the hard work of the executive board, especially kind of some of these comments, changes that are proposed have a little bit of very tough, not tough, but very distinct language. There's power in words, right? And so I want to go back to change 3, and I've heard some of the other comments, especially from, let's say, Delegate Murphy's comment earlier. And I would maybe suggest a modification for that change 3, that it be, change the word shall to may. For example, for any jurisdiction that has a representative on the executive board, that representative may serve as that jurisdiction's delegate to the General Assembly. And the reason I say this is that our delegates are appointed in Contra Costa County. We've got county supervisors, as well as our mayor's conference appoints delegates. They're not representing our cities, they're representing our mayor's conference. And so I still think it's important that the delegates in the General Assembly, if we want to have a city representation, even if we've got somebody on the executive board, that we go ahead and have city representation. Thank you.
Thank you. Given that, to facilitate discussion, I will say that I appreciate Councilmember Murphy's suggestion, and what I will put forward as our starting point right now is that Article 6, Section A, subsection 5, I am proposing that it read, for any jurisdiction that has a representative on the executive board, that representative is strongly encouraged to serve as the jurisdiction's delegate to the General Assembly. Okay, any other comments? Right here.
Hi, Sylvia Lima, City of Catani. My question is on the ratification of chair and vice chair. Is that for the slate, or what if the assembly ratifies one and not the other person? Is it taken separately or together?
They are individual. Each person, the way in the past it has been individual for president and vice president. So it would be done individually.
Okay, thank you.
Are you recommending clarification to council?
I wasn't sure, because the way I was hearing it was sounding like it was a slate, or that you put ratify them or not, and it kind of was seeming like it was a slate, both of them together. So that's why I wanted more clarification, and if it's not clear in there, maybe add some clarification that the votes are taken, that the ratification is separate.
Thank you.
It is designed to be separate, and that's why it's currently worded with the executive board may elect other executive board member, parens S, indicating it may be one or both of them. Again, I'm not precious about this. If we want more clarification, we can do that. One thing, if I may just have an editorial comment. Drafting bylaws by assembly of 101 cities and 9 counties is somewhat difficult, and I would ask that any motion that is passed here express the intent of whatever changes, but allow General Counsel, with the assistance of our existing leadership, to actually implement the language in our best way possible. If you don't like it, you can let us know, and we can do this all again next year. But I don't want to get too caught up in trying to live draft it in the motion, because we risk having these little tie-out issues that may not end up being captured. So, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. I'm going to go ahead and, in the interest of trying to move the counties along, I am going to make a motion to approve the following proposed ABAG bylaw amendments, giving direction to council to perfect the wording, but to carry out the intent. And that is to change the language of immediate past president to former president, and necessary changes to implement the rest of the bylaws, to change Article 6, Section A, subsection 5, to allow and to strongly encourage the jurisdiction to appoint the General Assembly delegate to be the same as the Executive Board member, and then to change the Article 9, subsection B, regarding the election of the president and vice president, with the additional change that should the General Assembly not ratify one or the other, that the General Assembly from the floor may make a motion to appoint an existing member of the Executive Committee. And that we also change the corresponding dates for that throughout, and that we change the forwarding of the ABAG work program and budget to the General Assembly from 45 days down to 20 days.
Madam President,
yes.
I think you also wanted to include dropping the second a majority of under the voting provisions.
Yes, I did. I wanted to drop that second majority as well. Thank you.
That is Article
That is
6.
a county motion. Do I have a county second?
Can I?
We have a second by Williams. And now discussion. Supervisor Carlson.
Yeah, I just wanted to add two things. One, the addition of the alternate delegate in Councilmember Silva's comment. And two, when we talk about the board members being our delegates, for Contra Costa County, I am both the board member and the delegate, because we recognize how important that continuity and engagement is. When we look at the mayor's conference appointments, we're only talking about within our counties 2 jurisdictions that would be under if we were to do it as a mandate. And I'm fully supportive of what you're sharing, but if it were the mandate, only 2 jurisdictions across all the cities within that county are the ones that are only impacted. And so that's where, I think it's really important we have that continuity, that understanding. We're working on this work plan, we're working on this budget, we're working on all these things. And we want that continued engagement, because it needs to carry through. So that's it. I'll support the motion.
Thank you. And I did leave out the suggestion of Councilmember Silva. And Council, do you have that regarding the alternate? Excellent. That is assumed. And Supervisor William, is that part of your second as well? Excellent. And I do appreciate the comment from Supervisor Carlson. You are correct. In Napa County, this would only bind one person. But in the interest of really valuing our city partners, I understand we should not presuppose who you want to elect. And so, yeah, that's where we're at. I'm going to ask for public comment on the county vote.
On this motion, no written comments received, no members of the public in the boardroom, and none in the attendee space.
Excellent. All those in favor? Aye. Any counties opposed? Excellent. Great job. You have just amended, I don't know, 75 years of work here. Cool.
Madam Chair.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give our vice president a moment here.
Beat the vice president. You know, I don't mean to sound geeky or wonkish, but I am reading right now America's Constitution, A History of the Making, and also reading the 85 Federalist Papers, which actually led to it. And what's interesting is that this conversation and where we arrive today actually is what occurred way back then, which was figuring out a practicable, right, compromise that got us here 200 and almost 50 years later. For us, it's a, 62, 63 year Constitution. So I certainly support it, and I think we do have a motion on the floor.
Thank you. We have a motion by Councilmember Silva and a second by Josie. Any discussion on those motions? Well, good choice, folks. Public comment.
No written comments received, no members of the public in the boardroom, and none in the attendee space.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Name and jurisdiction, please. Thank you so much. Congratulations, and thank you for the very meaningful discussion. Very good. Okay.
And I'm sorry, just for wonkiness purposes, because the verbal did not transmit, I think, on the broadcast, we'll note that there was one dissenting vote from
Santa Clara, Councilmember Park.
Santa Clara Councilmember Park. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that brings us to our next part. We were supposed to break for lunch. Y'all really like bylaws, and so we talked a lot. And so I am going to encourage you to get your lunch, come back in, and let's come back and get started for our conference so that we can have our discussion regarding technical assistance. If you do have to go, I understand completely. I encourage you to stay. And thank you again so much for participating in the 2025 General Assembly of ABAG.
Thank you all.
Why is it so hard?
It's been a ride.
Okay. And that'll go through to people if there's.
Okay. Welcome back. I trust you've all had a chance to grab some food, and I am going to reconvene us back here. And just as a little Brown Act housekeeping, and I've got counsel in the back, John Myers, to check me if I'm incorrect. But going forward, this is an informational item. So in fact, if we've lost quorum and people have left, we're fine. Our business has been, our formal voting business has been concluded for the day. I want you to join me. We are now going to enter our conference portion of this assembly. And joining us here today as our keynote speaker is Dr. Christopher Thornberg, and he's going to kick us off on the economic strengths and challenges of the Bay Area. And I feel like, you know, when we think about it, we get these economic forecasts at our respective jurisdictions, and we all hope that the little charts are going in the right direction. And then when they start going down, we all panic and we wonder when are they going to go back up the other way. And so it's great to be able to have someone who is going to be able to really guide us into this discussion. Dr. Thornberg is a founding partner of Beacon Economics and an expert in economic and revenue forecasting. He doesn't print money, but he tells us about the movement of the money that is in fact printed. Dr. Thornberg, prior to launching Beacon Economics, was a senior economist with UCLA's Anderson Forecast. Wow. We're like turf wars here now. It sounds like you got some people to back you up, and that's always appreciated. Under his leadership, the firm has become one of the nation's most respected economic research organization. He consults globally with private industry, cities, counties, and public agencies to really help with those really tough economic questions, and that's definitely ripe right now. We hear so much, whether it's a recession coming, whether the impacts of inflation, the impacts of tariffs, and now even immigration as it enters the discussion of what that all means for our respective jurisdictions, our revenue, and really that sustainability that we provide as cities and counties as a whole. So I want you to join me in welcoming Dr. Christopher Thornberg, your keynote speaker today.
Thanks so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Hang on. Got it. Okay. I was getting a little feedback out of my computer here. It is very nice to be with you. I realize that this is a bit of a, shall we say, transition. We're going from the minutia of bylaws to, of course, the big picture macro trends, which can be a bit of a shift. I'm going to go to the next step and tell you that maybe in terms of economic forecasts, even what you're going to hear today may be a little different than what you're used to hearing. Just a little bit about me, for those of you who may not have seen me before. I know some of you have. But I do have a company down in Los Angeles called Beacon Economics, although we really do work all over the state. In fact, I was just up here a couple days ago to do a talk at San Jose State University for their recent economic summit. My company does impact studies, policy analyses, region development, revenue forecasts, all that kind of good stuff. But really, I tell you, whatever we do, our primary commitment is really letting, if you will, the data determine the answers, as opposed to as what often seems to occur in many public policy debates, where people start with the answer and basically torture the data till it confesses. And I got to tell you, when I left UCLA almost 20 years ago to start this company, and yeah, go Bruins, absolutely. Hey, listen. The second best UC school is up here in the Bay Area. We can all talk about Davis. It's a wonderful institution. Anyway, putting all that to one side. Look, when I started this company, I had this idea of really trying to bring what I would call some of that academic standards to these policy debates. And what I hadn't really appreciated was how much harder that mission was going to become over the next 2 decades. And in the context of that, I'll tell you, in the last 5 or 6 years, I've spent a lot of time thinking about what I do, what's going on in the world, and why more often than not I see completely different stories in the headlines than I do in the data that I look at on a minute-by-minute basis. And what I've had to appreciate is whenever I start doing one of these talks, I have to acknowledge that there are really two things I'm going to be talking about today. The first thing is what we think is happening in our economy. And call it the social narrative. Call it our lived experience. It's what you see in those headlines on a day-to-day basis. But then again, I also have to talk about what's actually happening. And the key here is as I've started to recognize, is that not only is it the social narratives and economic realities get pulled apart, but I'd go so far as to say that they are always apart at some level. I think as you look into understanding of human psychology, human sociology, we start to understand the reasons for this. And from the importance of just, if you will, being a forecaster, I've started to appreciate that if you want to know what's going to happen next to our economy, you have to look at stories and you have to look at reality. Because it's narratives that drive decisions, the decisions of households, the decisions of businesses, the decisions of policymakers. But of course, it's economic reality that ultimately determines the outcome of those particular choices. And, you know, ultimately, in the end, good choices and smart policies start with the correct narrative. And what I'm going to say over and over and show over and over today, that the biggest problem we have in California, in our nation, is the fact that so many of our narratives are so far off base from what the realities are, and they continue to pull our policies in the wrong direction. Now, there's a lot going on in this deck. I got to tell you, I got almost 70 slides. I do want to get some Q&A. There's going to be some stuff in here that you're going to be surprised about. You're going to want to see it later on. Don't try to take pictures. At the very end of this, there's a QR code. QR code, get a picture of that, put your information. You'll get a copy of the email. I unfortunately going to have to run out of here after this because I got to get back to LA because I'm taking off tomorrow for overseas. But actually in the back of the room there is Kristen Lovell, who works for Beacon Economics. She's based up here around the Bay Area in Monterey. And she'll be hanging out as well, and you can always talk to her about it as well, all right? So, again, what is going on? What is the current narrative? Well, it's been about 5 months or 6 months now that since, of course, Donald Trump took over the White House, and it's been an interesting 6 months, to say the least. Obviously, we've seen, of course, a big decline in consumer confidence. Policy uncertainty is through the roof. And in the midst of all that, of course, suddenly we start hearing about all these conversations about recessions. It has standard headline, the American consumer's on the ropes, tariffs and anxiety could deliver the knockout blow. And as always, there is a selection of folks out there who are already telling us that the recession is already fatal, whatever, you know what I mean. It's going to happen. Now, with that said, you got to remember that this idea of a forecast about to happen, that shows up in the news about every 2 years. Has anybody started to notice this? I got to point out back in 2019, we were going to have a recession, 2018, 2019, based on a massive collapse in real estate because it was so violently overpriced in 2019. Yeah, well, you know what happened since 2019. And of course, in 2020, remember that the pandemic was supposed to cause a depression. We had Nouriel Rubini counseling us that 10 years of depression and unemployment rates in double digits for a decade. And Mark Zandi was running around telling us that a third of homeowners are going to be defaulting on their loans. And obviously, none of that happened. And of course, in 2023, how about that recession that we were supposed to have? That one, of course, driven by the inverted yield curve. Obviously, yet again, another false call. By the way, all this reminds me of one of my favorite economists, a guy by the name of John Kenneth Galbraith, who famously quipped back in the day that the only function of economic forecasting is to make astrology look respectable, which I got to tell you, back in the day, I felt a little hurtful. But after 20 years of this, I understand exactly where he's coming from. And with that said, when we're thinking about forecasts, how about this forecast from last November? Does anyone remember the mighty Nate Silver in 538? Who told us that it was really close. It was going to be a coin toss. But he gives 58 in 100 chance of Harris pulling this one out. And, of course, it wasn't even close. It was a total wipeout. In fact, Trump won by a larger margin significantly than he did back in 2016. And, of course, that leads me to my new expression, which is the only function of actual election polling is to make economic forecasting look respectable again. So, needless to say, again, these forecasts aren't exactly what you think they are. And for the most part, you can ignore most of the screaming hysteria we see in the headlines. Now, with that being said, I will tell you, we contribute to the Wall Street Journal survey of forecasters, and my recent survey actually cranked up the recession probability to about 30% over the course of the next 12 months. Now, that being said, everybody did. But everybody else was, of course, screaming about the recession in 23. We weren't. fact, the last time we raised our percentage chance of this was right in 2020, beginning of 2020 for obvious reasons. Now, I am worried about the economy, but maybe not for the reasons you think. And that's sort of my point here, and you're going to see this coming back to this over and over again. First of all, things are not as bad as you think. What do I mean by that? Well, yeah, I get it. There's some policy turmoil going on right now. But the policy turmoil is happening in the context of really an amazingly strong economy. Household and business finances are about as solid as they have ever been. Most of the policy changes are more smoke than fire. They don't have any true immediate impact on our economy, largely because a lot of the policies the Trump administration are trying to put into place, he's not legally allowed to. There is a basic separation of powers, and over, a lot of the things he's trying to do is ending up in court and getting shot down. And then a result of that is most of what he's trying to accomplish isn't happening anyway. Now, obviously, when it comes to immigration and tariffs, there we have, of course, a more substantial worry. And tariffs in particular probably is the most immediate concern. But even there, look, I'll have to appreciate that if you had a complete embargo of, say, products from the rest of the world, yeah, that's going to create an absolute disaster in our economy. But it doesn't mean going that way. And I got to tell you, given the strength of the economy and perhaps surprisingly, the fact that the U.S. is not nearly as import dependent as many other countries are, even this is going to be manageable as long as things stay at reasonable levels, and I believe they will be. Now, with all that being said, the other problem is, guess what? Things are actually worse than you think. See, the problem here isn't what the Trump administration is doing, but rather the economy that the Trump administration inherited. Look, the reality is our economy looks so hot at the surface because it's overheated. You see, we live in an economy where, yes, household incomes are at record high levels, but they're at record high levels because we're not paying for all these wonderful federal government services. The federal deficit coming into this year, coming into the Trump administration, was 6% of GDP. In 2024, the federal government borrowed $2 trillion on our behalf. Well, that was $2 trillion that we didn't have to spend in terms of taxes. Well, no wonder we feel wealthy. And of course, Americans have record levels of net worth. But yet again, what is that based on? And the answer, it's based on the fact that asset values are at best overvalued and at worst a complete bubble. And all of this excess consumption is being driven by massive inflows of foreign capital. This is where the risks are. It's the fact that our overheated economy could start cooling off dramatically, particularly if we rapidly scare away this foreign capital that's supporting the bubble. Now, the standard story you hear of a recession out there is that, wow, these policies are hitting an incredibly fragile economy, an incredibly fragile American consumer, and, you know, it's going to be the straw that broke the camel's back. But that isn't it. Again, the argument here is that our economy is overheated, and these policies, the turmoil, are threatening to pop the bubble that is overheating the economy that could lead to a rapid cooling off, and that's where the problems actually exist. Now, will that happen? I got to tell you, since we did that last forecast, things have calmed down. The administration has backed off some of the worst of the tariff situation. The market started to bounce back. Interest rates stabilized. The dollar started to stabilize. And probably in my next Wall Street Journal forecast submission, I'm going to lower that to maybe 15 or 20%. But that doesn't mean things are getting better, because we still have the underlying problem of the overheated economy. In reality, what I'd love to see out of D.C. is an administration that recognizes that we've gone a little too far. You got to start cooling things off. You got to cool off those financial markets. You got to, of course, shrink the deficit. But they're not doing that. Quite the opposite. This bill, of course, this budget bill that the Trump administration is putting forward, threatens to dramatically increase an already violently too large federal deficit. And of course, he wants to overheat the financial markets. He's yelling at the Fed to cut interest rates. And of course, financial deregulation is likely to throw more fuel on this cryptocurrency fire that is a big source of these underlying problems. So we have problems, but they're not the ones you think. And that's the danger. The things that's going to catch up to us, the things that's going to hit us, is the things that people aren't really paying attention to. And of course, that's a function of our broken narratives. Now, getting into all this, and again, remember, you don't have to take pictures. You can get the QR code at the end of this thing. I mean, you can take pictures of me. But that said, look, coming into this year, you got to understand how good the economy's been over the last couple of years. Coming into this year, in 2023, 2024, we saw real growth in the United States at nearly 3% in real terms. That's a good number, particularly given the relatively slow pace of labor force growth. And driving that forward, of course, has been consumers and consumer spending. And while there's been a bit of a slowdown in the first quarter of 2025, keep something in mind. The big issue in the first quarter of 2025 was a little bit of a slowdown in consumer spending, but a huge increase, of course, in imports. Everybody was importing stuff trying to get ahead of the tariffs that they thought were going to be put into place. Now, of course, there's been a big decline in imports because, well, we already imported it, right? But that being said, when you think about consumer spending, well, guess what? And with the numbers we have for March and April suggest that the little bit of a weakness we saw in January and February are gone, and consumers are roaring back. And the most current data we have suggests we're going to have 3.5% growth, real terms, in the second quarter of the year. So yeah, the first quarter was not the beginning of a recession. And at the beginning of this was the American consumers, not just are spending money, but they're having fun. Foreign travel spending is at an all-time high level. Restaurant spending is still 50% above where it was before the pandemic. Vegas is still about as busy as it has ever been. In fact, if you take a look at real per capita consumer spending in the United States, it is currently at an all-time high level. At an all-time high level. Never have Americans consumed so much. And if you look at what people have been spending their money on, well, again, it's not rent and food from the supermarkets. In fact, the highest growth spending items in terms of nominal dollars over the last 2 years, spectator sports, foreign travel, live entertainment, air transportation, memberships and clubs. So it's Americans, again, having fun. And I appreciate that the easy thing to go to is immediately to suggest, well, that's great for the top 10%, but everybody else is suffering. But, you look at Raj Chetty's website, Opportunity Insights. Well, they actually track consumer spending on the basis of income levels. And according to them, relative to pre-pandemic levels, low-income households have increased their discretionary spending by 36% compared to 20% for high-income households. Now, don't get me wrong, high-income households are still having way too much consumer spending, or excess discretionary consumer spending compared to the bottom, but at least we can acknowledge that the trends seem to be moving in the right direction. There's very little signs of top-line financial distress. Foreclosures and bankruptcies still remain near all-time low levels. And if you look at, despite the increase in interest rates, if you look at the household debt service ratio, which is a percent of household income being spent on mortgage debt, credit card debt, auto loans, student loans, well, actually, that is still near an all-time low level and lower than it was in 2019 when that was a record low level. So Americans are not actually drowning in debt the way that you often hear in the newspapers. Labor markets remain nice and tight. Jobs keep growing. The unemployment rate's at 4%. The job openings rate has cooled off a bit, but it's cooled off from the insane high levels that it was back in 2022 when it was at 7.5%, driven by the violent overheating of the economy, driven by the Federal Reserve policy. But the job opening rate right now, running near 5%, still basically where it was prior to the pandemic. There's still lots of job openings out there. Companies are still trying to hire. And a tight labor market is a labor market that benefits workers, particularly lower skilled, lower paid workers. Over the last decade, you've seen pretty substantial increases in real hourly wages. But what's interesting, that's on the left-hand side, this is from the Atlanta Fed, turns out the bottom 50% of workers have seen about a 17% increase in their real hourly wage over the course of the last decade. The upper half has seen about 10.6%. So yes, over the last decade, you've seen the United States moving towards more income equality, as the case may be. And you can see that on the right-hand side, which is earnings broken down by level of education and by gender. Women have seen more earnings increase than men. Lower skilled workers have seen more earnings increase than higher skilled workers. Now, again, is the fight against inequality over? Absolutely not. But again, we could take a step back and acknowledge that things are moving in the right direction at a pretty good pace. This is all good stuff. And in fact, I want to show you a different way of looking at it. This is the standard U.S. poverty rate that's based on self-reported gross income. This is the kind of data you get from the census on an annual basis. The most recent data in 2022 suggests it's just a hair below 12%, which is close to the lowest it's ever been. But the problem with this number is it doesn't take into account taxes paid and benefits received. In particular, benefits received that are not declared. Because, one of the issues with lower income households is they don't declare benefits. They don't actually write that stuff down in their taxes. They just filed the basic form. And that's that. Now, the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, recently went out of its way to do another measure of poverty where they properly take into account food stamps and Section 8 housing and Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid, and that suggests the poverty rate in the United States has recently fallen to a little above 4%, which again is the lowest it has ever been. So our nation is in pretty good place. This is a tide that is lifting all households. Business investment remains very strong. Manufacturing investment, in fact, has been very, very strong over the course of the last couple of years. Real growth in manufacturing investment is up about 35%. But single-family investments are up, investments in software are up, information processing equipment are up, and of course, corporations are making a ton of money as well. It's not just households that are seeing good increases in their incomes. Corporations are making money hand over fist. In fact, what's surprising, because you've heard all sorts of things about American manufacturing and how terrible it is being, but actually, take a look at the data. Real value added in the American manufacturing sector is at an all-time high level coming into 2025. And manufacturing profits are actually the highest they've ever been. Our manufacturing sector is doing very well. And the housing market, you might be surprised to see that there's been growth in investment in single-family housing, particularly given it's a terrible time, of course, to be a real estate agent. There's very few sales in terms of existing homes. You all know that because of your transfer taxes, which are near record low levels right now, which is obviously one of the reasons so many cities and counties are struggling from a budgetary perspective. But that said, despite the fact that sales are basically where they were back in 2010, this is not the 2010 housing market. You know, one basic difference, of course, is that home prices continue to rise. Again, coming into this year, home prices have hit record high levels, not just here in California, but across the United States right now. Because the real issue in housing is not the increase in interest rates, but the fact that there's just not enough housing. If you look at the data, the vacancy rate for both renter and owner-occupied housing is near record low levels after really well over 15 years of underbuilding by, of course, housing developers. And that's exactly why, despite the fact that interest rates have come up and people aren't moving a lot, nevertheless, housing starts remain at a very solid about 1.45 million units per year. The housing market is actually building quite a bit of housing, more than they were building at any point in time from 2008 to 2019. Now, that's pretty weird. Typically, housing developers and real estate agents, they're miserable together or they're happy together. It's a very strange world where real estate agents are miserable, but the housing developers are happy, but that's the world we're in right now. And of course, things are going to look a little up for housing for people who might be thinking about moving because inflation's cooled off and it's getting easier to get loans and interest rates have started to stabilize. Again, coming into 2025, the U.S. economy looked incredibly healthy at the surface. But that said, you wouldn't have seen it in the papers. I mean, think about our national mood. Consumer sentiment, as noted, near an all-time low level. I mean, the Consumer Sentiment Index, according to the University of Michigan, is below where it was in 2008, despite the fact that clearly this is a much healthier economy than it was in 2008. A Gallup's poll for percent of Americans that are satisfied with their personal life, again at an all-time low level. We see these headlines that 70% of consumers feel inflation is outpacing income, and despite the fact that it showed you it isn't the case. 7 out of 10 college students say the country's on the wrong track, largely because their new employer said they have to come to the office maybe twice a week, please, maybe just 3 times. Or, of course, globally, most parents think their children will be worse off than their parents, which, again, really? Have you seen your children's lives? Have you watched how they live? How can you say this out loud with a straight face? But this is the world we live in. There are narratives, and they are a reality, and they don't necessarily line up. And this is something I've had to kind of account for in the context of thinking about the economy, thinking about the forecast, thinking about policies. And I'm not the only one, right? In fact, a couple of years ago, Robert Shiller wrote a wonderful book called Narrative Economics. In this book, he says, look, you have to incorporate the contagion of narratives in economic theory, otherwise remain blind to a very real mechanism for economic change. But he wasn't the first one either. In fact, there's this guy named Keynes who many years ago said the markets are moved by animal spirits and not by reason. Well, again, he's talking about narratives. Or my favorite California philosopher, a guy by the name of Will Rogers, who famously said, it isn't what we don't know that gives us trouble, it's what we know that ain't so. Again, he's talking about false narratives. Look, This is the human condition. We simply are programmed to believe a lot of things that aren't true. It's who we are, it's what we are, and if we fail to acknowledge this, we don't really understand what's going on in the world around us. Look, if I look at where the economy is going today, right now, I tell you that, look, household finances are still incredibly strong. Real disposable income near an all-time high level. Household debt to income levels, again, they peaked at about 100% debt to GDP for households back in 2010, and now it's down to 70%. So yeah, Americans look like they can weather a storm or two when you look at this particular data. But I'm going to the next step. I'm going to look at this data and tell you these finances are too strong. And of course, you can see that best in terms of our external accounts. Look, last year, the U.S. economy ran a trade deficit of about $1 trillion. Understand what that means. That means we as a nation consumed $1 trillion more than we produced. We are in the midst of a consumption binge. You can see that in terms of low household savings rates. Americans have high income, but our savings rates are below 4%. How did we get into this place? Where did this all start? Well, of course, it all started back in 2020. That is to say, with the pandemic and the true original sin. And that, of course, all had to do with the narrative regarding the pandemic. Now, amazingly, in 2020, and I get it, the pandemic was a scary time. It was a horrible time. It was a humanitarian disaster. Millions of people passed. We were stuck inside. Kids lost valuable education. But you know what it wasn't going to do? The pandemic was not going to cause a depression, because pandemics don't cause depressions. Never have, never will. I'm a student of business cycles. That's my job. And there's never been a pandemic-driven depression. Depressions are caused by bad recessions combined with deflation, which is a monetary situation, not a disease. Go back 100 years ago to the Spanish flu. No depression. The depression didn't come until 1929 with, of course, the collapse in the financial markets and the banking system. That's not how it works. But nevertheless, all those people in Washington, D.C., all those economists, all those folks at the Federal Reserve just bought into the idea it was going to cause a depression, and they went to town like they've never seen it happen before. Let me give you a sense of what the pandemic meant for our economy. Look, the pandemic was the deepest recession in U.S. economic history. Our economy contracted by 9% in real terms. We've never seen anything like that. It was also the shortest recession ever. It lasted 8 weeks, from the middle of April to the beginning of June. That's it. By the third quarter, the economy was rocketing back. By the first quarter of 2021, the economy was back to where it should have been. Altogether, the U.S. economy lost about $850 billion of income as a result of the pandemic closures. In return for our troubles, the federal government deployed $6 trillion of stimulus to deal with an $850 billion hit. $6 trillion funded, of course, by $5 trillion in quantitative easing, which is a fancy name for printing money. $7 of stimulus for every dollar of lost income. All by itself, that adds up to about $50,000 for every American household. But it didn't end there. When all that cash hit the economy, what happened? Home prices took off. The stock market took off. Cryptocurrency markets took off. The bond market took off. Asset prices across the board went up. And when asset prices went up, that gave even more money to American households in the form of wealth. Ultimately, that $6 trillion of stimulus caused the average American household to see a $250,000 increase in their net worth, 26%. And it hasn't stopped, despite the fact that the Fed has tried to get the horse back in the barn. They failed miserably. And financial markets continue to rise to all-time high levels coming into this year. They are now up 335,000 or 35% from where they were prior to the pandemic. Well, no wonder people are spending money like nobody's business. Everybody's rich. And, of course, it also caused the deficit to get that much worse. Look, economists understand that the federal government loves to spend more and they hate to spend less. And everybody should have recognized that when that money hit, of course, Congress, and they ramped up spending, that they weren't going to back off when the Fed did. And they didn't. In fact, they continued to increase deficit spending right up until, of course, the beginning of this year, when again, in a full employment economy, we had a $2 trillion federal budget deficit, 6% of GDP. That's a crazy large number for a full employment economy. And it is a function of spending. They are spending money on all sorts of stuff. And they're just not bothering to tax for it. And that, of course, is a problem. Let me put it to you in a modestly different way. On the left-hand side here of the screen, that's the household savings rate, which I said is a little bit above 4% right now. But you know what? You really need to take into account the money we're not spending on taxes. If you do that, that's the lower line. In fact, the last time household savings were positive was back in 2001. And since then, while we think we're saving, the government has been dissaving at an even faster basis. And the savings rate right now, the gross savings rate with households and the federal government, is negative 5%. And the same thing on the debt front. Oh, well, we have less debt per American household. But the only thing we've done is traded all that private sector debt for public sector debt. And if you look at household plus federal government debt, we're close to 200% debt to GDP, which again is close to the highest it's ever been. We have an illusion of household wealth driven by the deficit situation. And of course, we know that deficit situation is not sustainable. Ergo, our vision of our personal wealth is also not sustainable. This is the problem. And how bad is it? Let me put this number into your head. If they wanted to close the deficit this year, you're talking about $15,000 in new taxes for your average American household, or equivalently a 25% decline in federal spending, which isn't going to happen if you lay off a few people at USAID. Obviously, DOGE was nothing but a red herring designed to distract it from what was really going on. Now, of course, the other thing that all that stimulus brought us was inflation. Of course it did. We lobbed $250,000 in new net worth at every American household while we expanded the money supply by 40%. A huge increase in demand plus a huge increase of money supply equals inflation. Always have, always will be. The truest cliche ever is that inflation is caused by too much money chasing after too few goods. And yeah, I know the Federal Reserve continues to pretend that they had nothing to do with inflation. And that's only because they fear the loss of their independence more than they fear the consequence of constantly lying to the American public, which to me suggests that maybe their motives aren't quite as pure as we'd all like to think. Now, again, we don't hear this. High inflation made finances worse for 65% of Americans last year. Yeah, no, it didn't. And look, I get it. You've all heard over and over again these words. Americans are being crushed by inflation. Households are being crushed by inflation. We hear it over and over again. But that is an oxymoron. It doesn't work like that. Look, if households were truly being crushed by inflation, inflation would stop. The consequence of a lack of demand is prices go down, not up. The fact that we have inflation is exactly why I know the economy's been overheated. It is the consequence of overheating. So, in a very real sense, who should Trump be thanking for his big election win? Well, remember, one of the biggest things coming into that election that people were concerned about was inflation. So yeah, this guy, he's the one responsible for Donald Trump's win, which I think is wonderfully ironic, given, of course, that Trump wants to get rid of Jerome Powell more than most anything else. Honestly, you'd think he'd be sending him flowers, candy, a little thank you note, something nice, you know? But no, not at all. And here we are with, of course, the Trump administration and this crazy pile of policies, which is creating all the conniption we see. How about here in California? How are we doing? Well, again, if you look up in that election, every time anybody wanted to say something bad about Democrats, they pointed at the state of California, right? And our particular mess. And that's particularly true up here in the Bay Area, where obviously visions of homelessness, visions of local crime, Elon Musk calling downtown San Francisco a derelict zombie apocalypse and another tech bubble on the horizon. People, of course, think the Bay Area is gone. And it is true. Look, employment growth does not look very good in California, right? Where the state and the nation have been seeing solid numbers over the course of the last couple of years. California has kind of flatlined over the course of the last 24 months or so. And our employment rate has drifted up more than the rest of the nation. And here in the Bay Area, the numbers are actually down. San Jose has the same number of jobs they had prior to the pandemic. And San Francisco is down about 5-6%. And of course, Oakland is also down a few percent from where they were prior to the pandemic as well. Not a good image. And you can't miss that anywhere better than in those office market numbers, where in San Francisco, for example, there are 51 square feet of empty office space for every single office-using employee at this particular point in time. It's an enormous lift. And that, of course, all goes back to the decline in tech jobs. Now, I want to be clear. Yes, there's been a decline in tech jobs, but only after, of course, the Bay Area saw the biggest increase of tech jobs of any place in the nation over the course of the last 15 years or so. The fact that you're giving up a few does not mean that the Bay Area is no longer the center of the tech world, as the case may be. But nevertheless, the optics, of course, are there, and it is scary to see, of course, tech jobs going away. But with all that said, let's take a step back and think about the economy, not so much on the extensive margin in terms of the number of new jobs, the number of new tech jobs, but how about just simply, I don't know, increases in income and standards of living? Well, it turns out that output in the state, GDP, is actually rising faster than the nation, despite the fact that job growth isn't. In other words, we have a lot more labor productivity growth in the state of California than do in the rest of the nation. And that's one of the reasons why our incomes continue to rise, whether you're looking at worker incomes or household incomes. California, the gap between California incomes and the incomes of the rest of the nation have never been larger than they are right now. And of course, when you think about the 3,200 counties in the United States, well, let's just take the top 100 in terms of median household income, and no fewer than 11 California counties are in that top 100, of course, including number 2, Santa Clara, number 3, San Mateo, number 10, Marin, number 18, San Francisco, and number 25, Contra Costa. So yeah, this is still the ritziest zip code on the map, if you will, okay? No doubt about it. Even when it comes to conversations about inequality, well, California's poverty rate actually has come down just as much as the nation's. And remember, this is based on gross income. It doesn't include all the benefits people are receiving. And you want to think about inequality, say, on an ethnic basis, well, over the last 4 years, from 19 to 23, the most recent data we have, Hispanic and African-American households have seen more household income growth than everybody else. So even here in the state, you're seeing a little bit more income inequality. You can see us moving in the right direction. I don't want to say for a second that the battle against inequality is over, but again, can we take a step back and appreciate the trends, the positive trends that are currently in place? I think the answer is yes. But of course, we continue to have headlines such as California's poverty rate soaring to an alarmingly high level. Seriously, that's an alarmingly high level. What are we doing? What are we talking about? And of course, you look across the state, what's interesting here is actually some of the biggest increases in incomes are in places you might not expect. Stockton, Fresno, Long Beach, Bakersfield. And yes, the poverty rates have been falling faster out in the Central Valley than they have here along the coast. So the part of the state that is typically behind the curve is actually leading the state in terms of growth. But again, take a look at the region. You can continue to see good, solid numbers in terms of median household income. And the share of the population with a subprime credit score up here in the Bay Area, that's a good proxy, a reasonable proxy for what's happening in the lower echelons of a local economy. Well, again, the share of the population with the subprime credit score suggesting they're having debt problems remains near all-time low levels. The numbers look pretty good. Wages remain quite high. Go back to the idea, I mean, San Jose right now hasn't seen a lot of wage growth, but then again, the average weekly wage in San Jose is $1,900, dramatically above most any other metropolis in the nation right now. And even the tech space. You know what's interesting about tech is when you take a little closer and you say, what's happening in the tech place? Well, actually, manufacturer shipments of information technology continues to rise. Real value added in the tech space, particularly in data processing and computer systems design, those continue to rise. Those industries continue to succeed. And yeah, computer and electronic manufacturing a little flat right now, but that's because we're shifting more and more to a software-type world. And I appreciate that certainly doesn't look like what you're seeing here in terms of jobs in the area. But I'm going to throw something else at you. Here's an interesting statistic. On the left-hand side here, this is venture capital funding. A couple of things to keep in mind when you start thinking about the ups and downs of your tech industry. Look at the venture capital in 2021, again, driven by all that insane amount of cash that came flooding into the United States courtesy of the Federal Reserve. Well, of course, in 1 year, the Bay Area saw twice as much venture capital funding as ever before or since. Well, not quite since, not this last year. Of course, it fell dramatically as the Fed started to tighten up, but now it's bounced back. 2024 was the second best year ever. And of course, a ton of this money was flowing into AI, artificial intelligence. And if you take a look in San Jose, the share of course, job openings with AI in the description, well, and they're an all-time high level. So this is really about AI. But that's, of course, makes me stop and think for just a second, what is happening in tech in the Bay Area? Well, you know, what's the story about AI? Well, we keep hearing about how AI, millions of Americans have lost their jobs because, of course, of AI. Now, we all know the story of AI, right? The robot's got to show up and take your job, right? Get the hell out of here, as the case may be. But it never really works like that. That's a Luddite version of thing. Look, technology tends to enhance productivity rather than replace jobs. And really, when you look at AI a little closer, it doesn't look like the ultra-smart robot. It more looks like that Dustin Hoffman character in Rain Man, you know? Handy to have around, but you don't want to let them out in the world on their own, okay? That's really the reality of AI right now. Now, why am I bringing this up? Well, when you think about AI enhancing productivity, when you think about AI being integrated into companies, well, what companies are going to be integrating AI faster than anyone else? And of course, the answer is the very industries that are making it. That is to say, tech companies themselves. What's really happening? Is tech failing? Are there lots of bankruptcies? Or is it rather, of course, that the low-end jobs in tech are simply replacing with new AI? Well, at least according to the Amazon CEO recently, it's all about AI replacing some of those entry-level jobs. And here's another little bit of information. I have my folks pull out tech establishments, the actual number of ground-level companies. And this is amazing to me. First of all, what you see, of course, is that everybody started to flatten out over the course of the last couple of years in terms of new establishments. But that seems to be turning the corner. And the Bay Area still has more tech establishments. And in 2024, the Bay Area saw growth in new establishments in tech, unlike all these other places such as Austin or Boston or Seattle. So actually, from this perspective, it looks like tech is doing pretty well. And of course, the gap in average wages for tech here in the Bay Area compared to the rest of the United States is larger than it's ever been. So perhaps tech is not suffering the way we think it is. Perhaps it's entry-level jobs that are simply getting replaced by different kinds of algorithms. And maybe that's not so bad. You know, what's interesting is for all the worries about tech, the unemployment rate in the Bay Area is still 4%. And while you look at San Jose, for example, as an example, information, manufacturing, professional jobs have all fallen over the last couple of years. But you know what? Healthcare, education, government, and other services have just leaped to the forefront. In other words, what little bit of slackness that has been left because tech is actually not hiring or actually getting rid of some people has been immediately absorbed elsewhere in the economy because the rest of the economy has been constrained by a lack of people. Look, ultimately here, if you want to know what's holding the Bay Area economy back, it's very simple. It's a lack of workers, not a lack of tech jobs. Even with the decline in tech jobs over the course of the last couple of years, the Bay Area share of tech jobs is about 13%, which prior to the pandemic has never been higher. There's a concept in economics called the Dutch disease. And the Dutch disease goes back to the Netherlands back in the day when, of course, they discovered oil. Now, what happened when they discovered oil, all these Dutch guys got on boats and they went out to the platforms to work. And when they did, the economy left behind couldn't hire people. And the economy left behind ended up struggling to grow just because oil was there. That's what happens when you have one sector that's growing dramatically in the context of an economy with a fixed labor market. The success of one leads to the losses of others. And by the way, when, of course, those platforms started slowing down, when oil prices fell, well, all those people went back on shore and the rest of the economy started growing again. So in a very real sense, the tech has almost been too dominant in the Bay Area. Ultimately, the real problems up here, and honestly, the real problems in all of California, is not a business climate, it's not taxes, it's the fact that we just don't have enough workers. Look, in the last 5 years, the state has added about 400,000 payroll jobs. We've expanded our labor force by 120,000 people. Actually, all by itself, it's kind of a neat trick. You want to know why Texas grows faster than us? Again, forget all the standard narratives you might see. It boils down to something very simple. Texas builds housing and we don't. What does that mean? In the last 5 years, Texas has added 1.7 million people to their labor force. We've added 120,000. Very simple. You don't build housing, people can't move here. People can't move here They can't fill jobs. We are holding our economy back by our resistance to building housing. Simple as that. And you could see it across the state, the Inland Empire, Central Valley. These two regions have been accounted for 2/3 of all job growth in the last 5 years. Why these two regions? Because they have housing and they have labor force growth. It's not complicated. But wait, people are fleeing California. We know that because the population's dropping, right? People are fleeing. What are they fleeing? Depends on who you ask. High taxes, high housing costs, inequality, woke regulations. Put it all one side. It's nonsense. People are not fleeing. Look, fleeing, the verb fleeing has a very distinct, causal chain. If people are fleeing, they are leaving empty homes behind them. Fleeing people mean higher housing vacancy rates. Has anybody seen any vacant housing in the Bay Area? Well, there's no vacant housing in the entire state. In fact, here's an interesting little factoid. California has fewer people, we have more households. Repeat, fewer people, more households. What's going on? The answer is, over the last few years, there's been a big decline in people per household. People are spreading out. And that's the real issue. People are doing so well in California, they're spreading out. Now, I know that sounds like an odd thing to say, and I'll come back to that in just a second, but clearly, when it comes to this kind of conversation, the answer is you've got to build more housing, and we're just not doing it. For all the fury and all the noise of the Newsom administration, for all the bills Scott Wiener has desperately tried to put forward, the state continues to undermine any common sense effort to truly expand the housing supply. And yes, you could see that in the Bay Area. The Bay Area peaked at about 6.7 million people. It's now down to 6.5 million people. But again, it's not because people are fleeing. Look on the right-hand side. Take Santa Clara County. In Santa Clara County, a number of households grew by 8%, but of course, 10-year growth in people per household went down by 7%. That means the vast majority of new housing in Santa Clara County was filled up by people simply expanding out of their current household. Santa Clara County barely built enough housing just to meet growth in local demand. Now, why are people spreading out? And the answer is because they're doing so well. Look, if you're doing well, you don't want roommates. You don't want to live with your family. You move out. And by the way, you see just as much decline in people per household in owned homes as you do in rental markets. You know, I sat down, I did a real simple simulation. I looked at the number of new housing units over the last 10 years, and then I said, once you account for the increase in local demand dictated by the decline in people per household, what was left over? Alameda County was the one place. It hit 57,000 new housing units, but that said, only 13,000 were left over after local demand. Sonoma, well, they increased by 6,000, but they needed 14,000 to meet local demand. This is exactly what drove prices up. This is exactly what caused some people to leave. And again, that's true even for renters. Now understand the importance of this. The standard story in Sacramento is that we have rising homelessness because renters are doing so badly. In fact, quite the opposite. We have rising homelessness because renters are doing so well. When they're doing well, they're spreading out. When they're spreading out, they're pushing up rents. When they're pushing up rents, someone has to leave. They have to leave the state, they have to leave the county, or worst case scenario, they end up in the alley. And by the way, rent control, that encourages more people to spread out, which means more homelessness. Affordable housing mandates don't really solve the shortage problem. Eviction moratoriums, again, more spreading out, more homelessness. You have to expand the housing stock. And that's just not happening. And of course, there's a whole other set of conversations when it comes to housing. Talk, for example, about San Francisco, which obviously has seen some of the biggest losses of payroll jobs, and of course, it's seeing some of the biggest issues in this downtown region. Why? Well, think of this. In San Francisco, there's about 500,000 household workers, that is to say, people who have jobs living there, and there's about 700,000 payroll jobs. The gap, of course, is made up of people who've been commuting in. But guess what? People aren't commuting in. In fact, I'd argue of those 700,000 payroll jobs, a significant number of those jobs are not actually being filled by somebody who's in that office on that particular day. Remember, we count payroll jobs on the zip code of where your employer is. And then if you're just happen to be working 3 days a week out of your house in Alameda, well, you're not actually in the city. Here's some interesting data. This is a breakdown of work from home. Take, for example, Marin County. Marin County used to be about 15% work from home. Now it's 26%. These are people who are not commuting in on a day-to-day basis. And therein, of course, lies one of the biggest problems in San Francisco. It's not, of course, the fact that tourists aren't going there or businesses don't want to be there. It's just that the workers that you think are in San Francisco are not there on a daily basis. They're not coming in, and that's why they're not going to the local restaurants. They're not going to the local retail stations, and that's exactly, of course, what these issues are. And you can see that, of course, in the BART data, which is incredibly low at this particular point in time. So over and over and over again, this is all about housing, and more importantly, getting housing close to where those office buildings are. Look, it's very simple. There has been a decline in demand for office space per office employee. There's been an increase in housing demand per resident. And what that means is, despite the fact that office has been and will continue to be the crown jewel of any urban area's commercial real estate portfolio, nevertheless, you need a lot less office space relative to housing. And that's the problem here. Look, Dallas has as much empty office space. Denver has as much empty office space per office employee as San Francisco does. They're not worried. Why? They're building lots of housing, and they will backfill. But the Bay Area is not building housing. It's going to be really hard to fill up that office space. The answer is obviously change the office space into housing. But that's not that easy, okay? It's expensive, it's slow, it's not efficient. In many cases, it's not feasible. And in the meantime, you know what's happening to these office buildings? Well, they're being sold off to folks who are, bought it at rock bottom prices, and they'll keep it 20% full. Who cares? I'm making enough money to pay my mortgage. But San Francisco was losing its urban edge by leaving office buildings that are 20% occupied laying around. This is not an adaptive reuse ordinance you need. You need a concrete policy. You need to go out and be red tagging buildings and telling investors, I tell you what, you tear that thing down, I will let you put up whatever you want as long as it's housing. And I'm not even going to charge you any permit fees. Now, I get it. That's hard to do right now when you're relying on permit fees. But in the long run, you get housing next to Union Square. You get housing next to those empty offices building, and you will see San Francisco come back like nobody's business, as it should be. As it should be. It's as simple as that. And again, it's not happening. If anything, permits are slowing down, right? And the best thing I can tell you right now, in the end, look, home prices are going up in the Bay Area. That's the single reason you can be most confident that your economy is still growing. Home prices are going up, not down. And let me show you this, because I know everybody freaks out about housing costs here. We pulled out data. What is the owner share of income on owner share of income as a percent of how a new buyer's income? Housing costs as a share of new owner's income. Did that make sense? Got it out of my mouth. Take a look over here on the right-hand side. In the United States, it went in 2018, it was 25%, 2023, 27%. In Santa Clara, it went from 26 to 27%. It's lower or the same, despite those insane high prices, despite the fact that a median house in San Jose costs $2 million. A new buyer is paying the same share of their income as everybody else is. Your prices reflect your incomes. And you can see that even, of course, in tenant-occupied housing. San Francisco right now, Santa Clara, San Mateo have some of the largest, smallest share of rental-constrained households in the entire state. This is supply, not affordability. Now, how do we end up in these weird places, as the case may be? I can go through all this, but I'm already taking too much time. But read Thinking Slowly Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman. It's an amazing book, The Righteous Mind by Jonathan Haidt. And it gets the idea that we tend to react emotionally to information. We think we're acting smart and deductive, but we're not. We're reacting emotionally. We don't think as much as we think we think. And I tell you, you can't see that anywhere better than, of course, paying attention to this survey from the Federal Reserve, which I just love to death. Look, this is a Federal Reserve survey. What they did was they asked a whole bunch of people, how are you doing financially? Back in 2017, 74% of people said, I'm fine financially. In 2024, 73%. That's the same number. In other words, actually, believe it or not, people feel the same as they did in 2017. In fact, they actually are better off, but we're all inherently unsatisfied, so I'm okay with that. What's really interesting is when they ask everybody how everybody else was doing. Those are those lower numbers. How are people in your neighborhood doing? How are people in the rest of the country doing? Those numbers are lower and falling. What does that mean? Well, it means that the average person thinks they're doing fine, but the average person thinks the average person is doing terrible. Well, it doesn't work like that. But that's the place we're in. And again, that's how we ended up with the Trump administration. Now, look, real quick. The Trump administration, they want to get rid of people. But you know what the big problem is? Obviously, they're worried about undocumented migrants. But really, honestly, our problem in the United States, not just California, we don't have enough workers. And we don't have enough workers because we stopped having babies. And the solution to that, pointed out years ago, is to have more immigration. And we haven't fixed our immigration system, but they've come anyway. And it's a good thing. Consider this statistic. Over the course of the last 15 years, our nation has added a little less than 18 million people to our labor force. Almost 10 million of those folks were born overseas. So well over half of new additions to our labor force were born overseas. Can you imagine how hard it would be if we didn't have these people here right now? And of course, Washington pointed out the economy is roaring. Immigration is the key reason. Of course, it also noted that immigration is named the top problem for the third straight month. Now, we're all worried about deportations, as the case may be, but honestly, they're not. It's more smoke than fire. They don't have the men. They don't have the detention facilities. They don't have the courts. This is virtue signaling more than anything else. But just slowing down immigration is all by itself danger enough. If you stopped immigration right now, we're at peak labor force and we're going to start falling. That's the biggest issue. Now, by the way, while we haven't added a lot of people to our labor force, our two neighbors have. Mexico and Canada have added tons of people, one on the basis of babies, the other one on the basis of immigration. And now, of course, we're attacking them as well. Well, maybe we are, right? Because, you know, he keeps backing off as you turn around. In fact, I'm sure everybody's heard the taco trade, right? Trump always takes chickens out. But, you know, look, the trade thing is really not that big of a deal. If you actually looked at, say, a 20% across-the-board tariff, you're talking about a $650 billion tax on the U.S. economy. A third will be paid by foreign exporters, a third will be paid by American businesses, and a third paid by American consumers. It's a couple $100 billion. That's 1% of disposable income. That's not the big deal. The big deal is the fact that when we attack the rest of the world, we're attacking the very money that is supporting our excess consumption. Look, over the last couple of years, this nation has been pulling in trillions of dollars of hot money. $1 trillion a year in hot money. That's portfolio investment coming into the United States. What does this mean? Well, last year, our federal government borrowed $2 trillion, and technically speaking, half of that was paid for by the rest of the world. Now, they're not coming here to buy treasuries. They're coming here to buy equities. They're coming here to buy real estate. They're coming here to buy cryptocurrency. I know that because the dollar's been pushed up to a 40-year high. But in the end, the money is actually funding our federal government, and that's the risk. Now, guess what? We do have a financial bubble. P/E ratio in our equity markets are the second highest they've ever been. How about Bitcoin, which hit $108,000? Now, I know there are a lot of people who are cryptocurrency fans in the world, but look, whatever you think of Bitcoin, does it seem reasonable to you that the market capitalization of Bitcoin is currently larger than Google? Or, of course, if you don't want to invest in Bitcoin, may I suggest investing in Fartcoin? It's very reasonable at $1.17. And yes, it is the real deal. Look it up. Look it up on your exchange app. By the way, it has a market value of $400 million. The overall crypto market is worth $3.5 trillion right now. We should be shutting this thing down, and instead, they're going to allow stablecoin companies to buy treasuries, which is terrifying. Be fearful when others are greedy. Be greedy when others are fearful. And boy, the way, you can't miss that when you saw the recent transaction. A couple months ago, what happened? Well, we had the big threats. The stock market started to dive. Typically, bond markets rally. They did briefly. But then Remember, foreign money running after the stock market started pulling back, the dollar dropped, and interest rates went up. That's the key. You scare that money away, we're going to have to self-fund the federal deficit, and that means a huge increase in interest rates. Now, they should be trying to cool it down, but of course they're not. Now we have, of course, more deficit spending with the big, beautiful bill, which now, of course, is going to cost $2.8 trillion more. And don't forget, our state is also at risk because of the bubble. Look, we had an enormous increase in state revenues back in 2021 because of the bubble and how we get money from capital gains. And then it went away briefly, and we went into a deficit, and then it came back, and now the deficit's gone briefly. In the end, we have a spending problem in the state of California, and guess what? When that market drops again, it's going to get very ugly in Sacramento. You think it's ugly now? Wait. And don't forget our pensions. Right now, the pensions, of course, are a big problem for the state, and they're going to get worse when asset prices start to fall again. And right now, state lawmakers are actually trying to spike the pensions and make them larger. What are we doing? We are running towards the edge of the cliff as fast as our little legs would take us. And I tell you what, that's not good. And where's the Fed in all this? They can't do anything, okay? Because they're between a rock and a hard place of their own choosing. If they cut rates, makes the market go hotter, and it causes interest rates to go up, and that's going to create more problems. Look, narratives versus reality. Trump inherited the healthiest set of American households ever. Ain't it everybody's angry? He also inherited one of the most overheated, out-of-balance macroeconomies ever seen, one that should be terrifying financial markets, and they seem completely oblivious. Well, at some point in time, financial markets are going to wake up, and when they do, those imbalances, those macro imbalances are going to come back to haunt us. And boy, if you think people are upset now, wait till they find out that their current level standard of living is highly overvalued on the basis, of course, of all this funny money and false narratives running around the economy. So we have growing risks. Yes, the economy is going to slow a bit. Tariffs are going to hit. But that said, there's plenty of momentum here. Ultimately, if you want to know when this thing slows down, pay attention to the external accounts, particularly the U.S. dollar. When the dollar starts to drop, rates are going up. As for California, we're focused on the wrong issues. It's supply, housing supply, not affordability. It's laser supply, not income inequality. It's not hard. Build housing. Do it now. Get out of the way. Get rid of permits. Get rid of fees. Just do it. It is a solution for so many problems, and that is particularly here true in the Bay Area. Look, tech is backing off, but they're doing fine. But if you want to fix housing, you want to fix downtowns rather, you got to add housing to it, as simple as that. But it's so hard to do because the real issue out there is our false narratives, the narratives that keep yanking us down the wrong pathways. And until we acknowledge the truth of that, it's going to get hard to get back on the right track. Because in the end, when it comes to wisdom of the ancients, it is easier to fool people than it is to convince them they have been fooled. And the problem we really have right now is that our nation, our state, has been very much fooled by a bunch of narratives that simply aren't true. Thank you very much, everybody. I talked a little long there. You got your panel going here? Time for Q&A, or should we pass? Come on.
I will, just given kind of time.
Yep.
First of all, I don't even know where the other mic is. Doesn't matter. I just want to thank you. Everyone, please join me in thanking Dr. Thornberg again. That was incredible. I promise you, I didn't tell him that we just need to build more housing, but it's kind of on point for everything I always say, because housing is our solution to everything. And I always say our transit systems go far and wide because they're just a Band-Aid for failed housing policies of the past. So we are of like mind. I'm going to go ahead and be judicious here, and I'm going to take 3 questions. So 3 questions for Dr. Thornberg. And then we're going to move on to our next panel, and I'm going to ask our panel to get ready.
I've been to Manhattan a couple times in the last 4 months, and there's a lot more people walking around in the street, there's a lot fewer vacancies, and I've been told that they actually did what you suggested. They went all out to convince people to either convert buildings to housing, especially around Wall Street, or take vacant lots or tear buildings on, build housing. Is that your sense of what's been happening there?
Absolutely. In fact, if you look across and you ask what downtowns are coming back, it's downtowns that have extensive supply housing available to them. And the downtowns that aren't are the ones that don't. And you see it over and over and over again. Again, you got to bring people downtown. You got to have them around those office buildings, and that's what's going to bring back life back. It's as simple as that. And I appreciate it's not easy. Infill development is expensive, and it's particularly expensive now given capital costs. And all that being said, cities need cash, and so it becomes a short-run versus long-run situation. I wish I could tell you that the state would step in and help you with the infrastructure costs. They probably won't, but there are various kind of funding mechanisms to make it work. I just think that cities have to be really committed to making this happen.
Thank you. And to our Vice President, Romero.
Just recently had a study on, they released a study on housing production in Dallas, and it is on fire. And it indicated that indeed housing prices and rental prices did not go down despite this increase in housing. And so I just, from the affordability perspective, perhaps I disagree slightly with you, particularly in a state that has such high housing development costs, that the way we get out of some of our affordability crises is just to build, build, build.
Except for the fact that the average price of a house in Dallas is 1/3 what it is in the Bay Area, and the average apartment rent is 1/2 of what it is here. The fact that it hasn't fallen there is just simply a sign of the overheated economy like everywhere. But ultimately, Dallas and Houston are vastly more affordable from a housing perspective than the Bay Area is right now, and that's clearly a function of supply. The idea that you can't build your way out of this is just completely belies any even basic knowledge, study of the data. So I'm not sure what the Atlanta Fed's saying, but I have to humbly disagree. So, yeah.
I'll take just one more right over there.
Thanks for the presentation, and I would like to follow up on that. My experience, I've lived in the Bay Area for almost 45 years, is building is necessary. However, there is ongoing gentrification where you're going to push out more and more individuals who have to either move farther away from work or move out of the state. Yeah. So I really agree with the previous speaker that I'm not sure that just building, clearly we should do that, but what can the state do with regards to tax laws and other laws that can help people stay in their apartments or their housing? The affordability issue is real.
Yeah, I'm not, look, for some folks it's real. Again, I've showed you the data. The median rent to income for renters in the Bay Area is the lowest in the state. So overall, the vast majority of renters are actually doing better here than they would be, relative to the rest of the state. But there is a small component of folks who are getting pressured by this. You always have to acknowledge that, right? There's always people being squeezed. But remember, not building market rate housing causes that to become worse. Gentrification is a signal that you're not building enough. Because, look, if you don't build enough market rate housing, what ends up happening? Well, look, those high-income folks who want to come here, they have a good AGI job, they want to live in this amazing place called the Bay Area with the beautiful climate and all the wonderful things here, well, they're going to find a place to live. And what that means is you're going to put more pressure on those lower-income neighborhoods that are the places that you're talking about right now. Again, the way to take the pressure off of those particular neighborhoods is to allow more construction to take place. That is the solution. That is how you take the pressure off. Look, we did a study on this a couple of years ago, and I kind of remember the numbers to be kind of clear on this. If you look at, for example, Dallas, right, where you have an active new home market, and you constantly see people moving into nicer neighborhoods, and what they're doing is they're leaving older neighborhoods behind, and so there's plenty of housing available for lower income families. And you can see that when we looked at, and I'm not going to quite get this number right, but we looked at, for example, the median household income in old housing stock. And what you find here in San Francisco is that the old housing stock is 75% occupied by higher income households because there is no new housing stock. Whereas in Dallas, it's like 20%, I'm not getting those numbers exactly right, but if you send me an email, I'll send it over to you and you can see what I'm talking about. But you can absolutely see the pressure being put on low-income households because of the failure to build enough. And if you put trying to preserve those low-income households and their current housing situation above building more housing units, well, you just end up basically chasing your own tail and you don't succeed. And you've seen that happen in the Bay Area. All these efforts to help these households have failed. And that's because they're not matching those efforts with a significant plan to truly increase the housing stock.
Thank you again, Dr. Thornberg. I think that we have definitely been left with a very high charge of how we look at the intersection between our actions behind the dais and what goes forward for our economy. Thank you once again for joining us for our General Assembly. At this time, I'm going to welcome up our moderator for our next segment, Bill Higgins. Bill Higgins serves as the Executive Director.
We can just do that. They're in a rush. We can go really fast.
And we're going to get through this really, really fast, and I'm going to invite those panelists to come up and join us. We're going to keep you a little bit longer, I think probably 2:15-ish, but this is a really great part because it's really how are you going to get the most out of your ABAG dues through the technical assistance. And we got someone who's intimately aware of REAP and everything that goes with it to guide us through this. So I'll turn it over to Bill.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I promise that we'll go really fast and we'll be entertaining. I'm going to score their answers and we'll have a winner at the end. My name is Bill Higgins, and I'm the Executive Director of the California Association of Councils of Governments. And I'm uniquely positioned to talk to you today because of my current and last job. I'm currently the Executive Director of the California Association of Governments. Before then, I was a lobbyist with the League of California Cities. And I had to answer to Ms. Eklund as my board member way back in 2000. And no, I worked at the League at the turn of the century, I'm just saying. So anyway, we're going to talk. So what I've always said about the balance between local government and regional government is this. I've always said that the effective regional governance is essential for the principle of local control. That doesn't make sense to a lot of people because they say, why, the regions is just another layer of government or something like that. But here's the truth. You all have transboundary problems, whether it's traffic, it's water drainage, or it's coyotes. You have transboundary problems. And if you don't have an effective forum to solve those problems, who fills the void for you? The state. So part of local control is having a regional entity to solve your transboundary problems. And regions make sense in this state. And I did the numbers, I looked up, and at least according to the Wikipedia numbers, you all have about 7.5 million people in the Bay Area, which is about the size of Arizona. And about 35 other states that get 2 votes in the United States Senate. So it makes sense that you all have a region where you can make your own decision about the boundary problems that you have. I have 2 minutes left, so what I'm going to do now is introduce the panel that's going to talk to you about 4 amazing programs that ABAG's doing to serve and further their local communities. And I'm going to introduce them as they speak because of time. And we're going to go with Angela Andrews, who's going to speak first, and I'm just going to let you talk.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Angela Andrews, and I want to have a disclaimer just said right now. I serve on the East Bay Discharges Authority, and I represent the city of Hayward on that authority, but I also am the Capital Portfolio Manager for West County Wastewater, and my general manager is here at the back of the room, Andrew Clow, and he can give you more information about the North Richmond Living Levee project, but I am actually here for East Bay Discharges Authority, and yes, I did take PTO, general manager. I took PTO today, so I'm not here. for that. So just wanted to thank you all for having me here today, give you a little bit more background information about East Bay Discharges Authority. We are a joint powers authority, which includes City of Hayward, Castro Valley, Union City, Orloma, and San Leandro. And we share an outfall out into the bay. It's a 60-inch reinforced concrete pipe. So this is the shared outfall that we all meet and collaborate on projects. And one of the projects that we are working on is the First Mile Living Levee project. Next slide.
Who's on our slides? There we go.
Okay, that's me. So I just wanted to frame the conversation. I know we all talk about data and science, but sorry for this awkwardly cropped photo. I look terrible in it, so I had to crop myself out. But this is this is my Aunt Barbara, and I don't know if anyone knows the park shirt that she's wearing. It's Pontchartrain Park. This is a park in New Orleans. We took this photo 9 years after Katrina, as she was displaced from Hurricane Katrina. She was living in Baton Rouge at this time, visiting New Orleans because her house was flooded in Baton Rouge. So when we have these conversations, I just want to give the face of humanity. These are people like my family members who are impacted by climate change, sea level rise. Next slide. So here's the science part, right? So this is our First Mile project. The purpose of this project is to protect habitat. We are looking at nature-based solutions to protect that habitat. We are also looking at ways to do nutrient removal before it discharges to the bay. And this project would also look at public access to the shoreline. So part of this project is an overall strategy we are all looking at across the bay is how do we respond to sea level rise across the bay. This area is in the Orloma Marsh area near the Hayward shoreline. So we're just one piece of the puzzle. The First Mile Living Project is actually sponsored by the San Francisco Estuary Partnership. And without that funding, we would not be able to do our demonstration project, which is at Orloma, where there are students studying this area to look at these nature-based solutions. Next slide. So who knows this cartoon? That's right. I don't have a prize, but I think there's cookies out in the back, so you can grab a cookie. A lot of millennials, geriatric millennials like myself, know this cartoon. And before you all think this is a silly cartoon, I just want to remind you that this was a very important tool to talk about climate change for children. And just some of the actors that were in this, my friends know I have an unhealthy amount of knowledge of pop culture, but I think the IMDb page of Captain Planet is fascinating. They had Whoopi Goldberg, Joe Goldblum, Ed Asner, Rita Moreno, Sting, Martin Sheen, local favorite Danny Glover, and the character of Mrs. Andrews, which is also my last name, was played by the one and only Elizabeth Taylor. But the reason why I bring this up is it's going to take everything, all industries to solve this problem. So part of the combination of these different entities is what brought Captain Planet to come save our planet. They were summoned to come together to address climate change. So we need the community, we need advocacy groups, Dyke, like Save the Bay. I think Save the Bay is out here. Thank you for joining us. Joint Powers Authority, businesses and government, we all need to come together in order to solve these challenges, including sea level rise. Next slide. So this is my little girl. We are actually at Oakland Museum. And I took this photo a couple of years ago because I thought it was a really good way to bring the problem to the community. And we see plans for what's going to happen we have Plan 2050, we have Strategy 2050, but my little girl is going to be 21 in 2050. So we can continue planning, but we need to act now. And I just want to make sure that we are all coming together to make sure that my little girl doesn't become my Aunt Barbara. So thank you.
All right. Moving down, and all of these projects do highlight an ABAG program and so the next one will be REAP, and we're going to go all the way up to Rohnert Park and Susan Adams.
Thank you very much. Sonoma County in the house, thank you. Let's go to the first slide if we could. In 2019, I think that's our first slide.
You want one more? Yeah.
There we go. This is the California Housing Legislative Highlights for 2019. So these represent all the bills that were put forward, the ones that were grayed out, never made the grade. But that's what we ended up with in 2019. That's a fair amount of legislation to come out of Sacramento. Let's go to 2024. There you go. This is the end of 2024. It doesn't quite fit here, but you can see it's expanded exponentially here, right? And hold on to your seat. Let's go to 2025. This is middle of the year 2025. One more slide. I am here to tell you that the gentleman that is Dr. Thornberg, who just spoke, he said the only way out of this problem is to build our way out of this problem. And the only way for you to do that is to access a couple of programs that are celebrated and put forward by the Association of Bay Area Governments. One of them is called REAP, REAP 1 and REAP 2. And just to give you a little bit of an introduction, a REAP is a state-funded grant program, regional program that helps cities and counties largely with these state-mandated programs. When my father was a council member umpteen years ago, I said to him one day, "What's the biggest problem being a member of the city council?" He said, "Unfunded mandates." Well, I never knew what that meant, really, what he was talking about, but it's still the problem today. They tell us what to do, and they don't fund us. And here at ABAG, I'm proud to tell you that ABAG receives these funds and then distributes them to the cities. And in Rohnert Park, let me just go to one more slide here. There we go. So the state used to use the stick. We're going to beat you into submission. We're going to make you build or else. And there's a little bit more of a carrot involved now. Because if you look at Rohnert Park, our ABAG dues this year are $14,379. It helped us get our up-to-date housing element, which we did in 2023. Our pro-housing designation in 2023 also. And pro-housing designation basically gives you a leg up on some of these grant applications. Because of that, we were able to work with our sub-regional, I'm going to mess up the name here, but we were able to work with our sub-regional group, Four Leaf. They're our consultant. And we were able to apply for home key round funding in 2023. We received $14.7 million for Labatt Landing, which housed 60 interim housing units. In 2024, we've got a pro-housing incentive program, $670,000 set aside for affordable housing projects for our new downtown. And we've applied for and are in the process of a home key application for $28.7 million to acquire and convert permanent supportive housing. There'll be a Best Western that we're going to rehab, and it's going to have 70 units. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll turn it over to Drew.
All right. Drew, before you go, I'm just going to say since 2017, there have been over 400 statutory amendments to housing law. In one RENA period, 400 new laws.
Yeah.
Fun facts.
Fun fact. Thanks. My name is Drew Combs, and I'm mayor of Menlo Park. And I am here to provide a sort of case study as it relates to Bayron's decarbonization showcase and how we utilized it. First, to set the scene, Menlo Park is at the southern end of San Mateo County. We are 19 square miles, 32,000 residents. We're a bit of a home to a large number of, or a significant number of tech companies, Meta, Snowflake, Robinhood all have either their headquarters or significant presence. And to the earlier presentation, we also have a significant number of venture capital firms in Menlo Park. In speaking to, again, setting the scene of Menlo Park, it is a small but linear city. We stretch from the Bay all the way to Highway 280. And across that, it can be, again, a small community, but a community, a city of a great deal of diversity, a great deal of disparate outcomes and disparate environments. And one of the things we wanted to do with our engagement as it relates to Bayron's decarbonization showcase was to was to address and respond to our efforts to deal with that inequity. And so, next slide. So this is the Belhaven Child Development Center. It is actually one of two early childhood education centers that the city runs. This one is again located in the Belhaven community, a community that has traditionally been underserved in Menlo Park. It is on the Bayside, east of Highway 101. This Child Development Center services 96 preschoolers and specifically targeted to families who fit within certain income parameters. It's a building from the mid-90s, and you know, and all that you might expect from a building from the mid-90s, it lacked it lacks some of what we would consider standard and up-to-date systems. And so Bayrand Decarbonization Showcase has helped us look to electrifying both the HVAC, electrifying cooking, and some other systems. It's been a part of a larger program as it relates to the Belhaven Child Development Center that has also included solar to really improve the environment for the children in this space. And next slide. And so these are just some slides that that show the walkthrough, the assessment. That was a key part of our engagement in this program. The program provides standards and provides regular engagement with city staff. In some cases, gap funding as it is needed to get these programs implemented. And so for us, the involvement has truly been a success. And then just the next slide is that this is part of. Next slide. Yeah, and this is part of a larger effort for us, again, to address some of the historic inequity in Menlo Park, and part and parcel with the update and renovation to the Child Community Development Center. We opened up the Belhaven Community Campus recently, and then right across the street from the Child Development Center, Ravenswood City School District is also doing substantial renovation to the Belhaven Elementary School. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to get a chance to ask everybody some questions, but I thought, and I'm going to look at staff to correct me here if I'm wrong, but one thing about how ABAG accesses Bayren is the Public Utilities Commission has a lot of funding available that they would be spending, but as a region, you're able to approach, get that money, and I think it's like, I'm looking at Brad, it's like 100, is it 100 million or is it 20 million? I can't remember how much it is, but it's a lot of money that you guys get as the region to invest in projects. So instead, it's what? 39 million a year. So that would otherwise be going through the PUC doing whatever, and you guys are able to channel it and get it to cities. So that's just a valuable macro piece on that. So now, last and certainly not least, we have Shali from the cities of Santa Clara County.
Thank you for having me. My name is Shali Sirkay. I'm the executive director. Oh, it is. Sorry. Should I pull it forward? Yeah, it's on. It's on. I just. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? Okay. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you for having me today. My name is Shali Sirkay, and I am the Executive Director for the Cities Association of Santa Clara County. We are a joint powers authority. Our board is comprised of a member, council member or mayor from each of the 15 cities in Santa Clara County. We've been coming together since 1990 to work on issues of mutual interest. And so regional collaboration, cross-jurisdictional collaboration is really inherently in our DNA. We are based on the one city, one vote model, which is really truly astonishing when you think that a city, our smallest city of Monte Sereno, which has 3,400 residents, has an equal vote as the 10th largest city in America, San Jose. So I'm really proud of that. But you can also imagine that the issues affecting our cities are very diverse. The challenges and the opportunities are very different when you compare Monte Sereno to San Jose and all of our mid-sized cities in between. I wanted to talk to you today about the Santa Clara County Planning Collaborative. So we are obviously a natural home for regional collaboration. The collaborative has come together all of our cities have come together to join the collaborative to work on regional housing issues. The collaborative first formed several years ago. Each of the cities put in some amount of money so that we can hire a technical assistance consultant. And I wanted to give a thank you to Councilmember Adams for the shout out to REAP funding, because of REAP 1 and REAP 2, our collaborative has been able to do so much more work, and it's released some of the financial pressure on our cities from having to contribute money into the collaborative over the last several years. Next slide, please. Yeah, sorry, that's Santa Clara. I just thought it was a nice aerial view of Santa Clara County. Next slide, please. So I wanted to point out a couple of the things that we've done. So of course we came together, working on the housing elements and the HCD response letters, but this planning collaborative is really driven by city staff and what the needs are in our individual cities and in our region. So one of the projects that has come out of this is an ADU website, which is very outward facing. It's to help homeowners who want to put in an ADU. There's pre-approved plans on there. So it's a really cool, it's very new, but it's very cool. I invite you all to take a look at it. Next slide, please. And then, as I said, the planning collaborative is really driven by the needs of our cities via the city staff that participate. And so there's, sorry, I need my glasses. Okay, sorry. Sorry. So we do trainings and resources. So as you can see, there's a training on affordable housing finance, which is geared towards city staff. We have also created the quick guide to creating an anti-displacement strategy. So all of these things are really driven by the needs of our cities. And I'll save the rest for questions.
All right, I'm gonna do some, thank you. And I'm gonna do a quick round of questions right now, but I'm just gonna take, I'm gonna ask the panel. I wasn't gonna go to you, I saw the person coming for my microphone, it's mine. But I'd just say, in the same way that your dues goes to ABAG, and then ABAG can pool it and use the economies of scale to do more for your communities, the same is actually true for the 49 regions in the state that pay dues to CalCog. And I'm just gonna take a victory lap here. Your dues helped us actually write the first REAP 1 amendment that brought $20 million to this region. And then REAP 2 brought $105 million to this region. So we're pretty happy with that. So so going back, and I'm going to start with REAP and then I'm gonna go to you, Angela. But in terms of maybe you can talk a little bit, Shayla, about how how you save the communities from, like, for planning staff or achieving economies of scale because of you're doing it once instead of 14 or 15 times.
Yeah, thank you. I don't mean to harp on the difference in sizes of our cities, but some of our smaller cities, quite frankly, can't afford the level of technical assistance that we have been able to leverage with the REAP funding. And unless you think that San Jose doesn't take advantage of it as much as, for example, Montesrina or Saratoga do, they all take advantage of it equally. And they're all working together to come up with a coherent strategy. And so you do save time, you save money, you save resources. As you saw from the ADU website, you're also creating shared learning and shared resources that benefit all of us in Santa Clara County. So yeah, it's a tremendous value. I can go into how much money some of our cities have saved, but I'll save that.
All right, I'm going to switch to you, Angela, in terms of a lot of times locals are facing challenges in these like mega projects, particularly I think about the bay and sea level rise. How is your entity helping address those issues?
Yes, so actually Supervisor Marquez was here earlier today. I failed to give her a shout out earlier. She was instrumental in making sure agencies were coming together for the Hayward Shoreline Implementation Plan and added East Bay Discharges Authority to that plan. Right now, I would say that the biggest challenge is funding, and groups like ABAG help with obtaining funding. That's how we were able to get that grant to do that demonstration project at Oraloma for us to study what needs to be done there. But I would say funding challenges, also advocacy. We depend on groups like ABAG and other agencies to do that advocacy work for us, as a lot of the jurisdictions are inundated with other challenges that impacts local jurisdictions. So this is one big problem that our staff may not have the time to focus on. And so if we have someone that's focused on those different opportunities of getting grants, writing letters, and having meetings, it is really helpful for our staff, as well as looking at what other jurisdictions are doing in terms of permitting, policy changes, to keep the focus on the mission for sea level rise adaptation, and making sure that we're looking at what other jurisdictions are doing so we can also collaborate.
And in this lightning round of questions, Mayor Combs, I might ask you about what, if Bayren wasn't available and you wanted to achieve these goals on your own, what would it have been like if you had to go it alone?
Yeah, it's really interesting whenever staff is proposing something to me. Like my first question is, how much does it cost? Has someone done it before? And do they have pictures? Like, right. In those instances where there is, again, especially for smaller communities, where there's clear examples and clear technical expertise that doesn't exist within your city because the economies of scales don't allow it, then it really becomes for us an amazing value add, and really the thing that allows us to do some of these projects. And so with something like the Bayron Showcase, it's like putting together, providing the technical expertise, showing us examples of how it's been done before, and almost providing to some degree a buffet, like you can do this way and you can get this benefit and there's this cost. And yeah, we've done this with child care centers that was built in the 1980s to 1980 standards before. So those are, for us in Menlo Park, were enormous values as we looked at this specific project. Of course, we have had go-along projects. We had, as I showed the community campus, a much larger project, over $50 million. But we also had, major contributions to that project from Meta, which we didn't have in this situation. And in that case, there was, funds to hire teams of consultants, which were not available here. And so in many ways, the showcase was something we could rely on for some of that consultant technical expertise.
Councilmember Adams, maybe you can talk a little bit about how the sub-regional collaborative worked up in your county, just how it's designed and how ABAG supports it.
Thank you. So first of all, shout out to Jane Riley from Four Leaf. She is the leader of our sub-regional collaborative in Sonoma County and I think Napa County. I'm sorry if I got that one wrong, but I think those are the two counties that she does. But using the REAP funds that ABAG established these local sub-regional collaboratives to spark this culture of innovation to help cities move things along. And it's, like has been said before, peer-to-peer learning, sharing the best practices and lessons learned. The collaborative that I'm most proud of is the Sonoma-Napa one, which has helped Rohnert Park and our neighbors in so many ways, especially helping us to meet the many unfunded mandates. Here are a couple of highlights just from our REAP 1. On-call housing element tools, mapping tools for the developers, panels and mapping, Housing Connect tool, applicability mapping to show areas subject to a variety of new state laws. When you stop and think about the number of laws coming down to us, if we did not have the sub-regional collaborative to help us just find our way, we would be lost, absolutely. We have texting tools for sample website languages, state legislative updates, community engagement with shared websites, equity, regional fair housing report, equity working group presentations, pro-housing designation support. If your city doesn't have a pro-housing designation, you need to go to see your sub-regional collaborative representatives. You all have one, and find out what you need to do that, because that gives you an advantage and a leg up when it comes to applying for these grants. The first county, Sonoma was the first county with the majority of jurisdictions designated as pro-housing, giving the exclusive access to a pot of pro-housing incentive money, funds with more flexibility than typical grant requirements. Back to the need for your city and your county to be designated as one of these pro-housing counties. We had over $200 million in pro-housing funds awarded to Sonoma County jurisdictions, Healdsburg, Rohnert Park, and Petaluma, in the last round, including the $670,000 that I told you about earlier. And we provided a competitive advantage in grant applications, including Healdsburg $20 million award for one of their big projects, supplying the gap funding that was necessary to bring one of their projects to reality. So it's an absolutely amazing program, and I'm very proud of our collaborative and the work they've done. It's helped us to reach our goals and find money that's available to us we did not know about otherwise. We would not have as easy as access to it.
And there's one of those collaboratives in each county. I don't know if city, county, San Francisco, but the other 8 are all organized around your county. So, okay, so now I'm going to ask them the question that they're not expecting. And it's just this. What is something that was an unexpected surprise in your project that benefited your community? Take a minute to think. Random picker. Boop, 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 boop. We'll start with Mayor Coombs.
You know, the work of retrofitting, renovating buildings, municipal buildings, can be fairly wonky and in the weeds. I think for us, what was surprising was how much the community engaged and how much they thought it was important, and how much it to them spoke to the value we placed in the full environment we provided for their children. And so in that way, I would say that's the thing that stood out the most to me during this process.
Same question, Councilmember Andrews.
I would say the demonstration project has been really beneficial to students, particularly at UC Berkeley, and I believe 2 of them have PhDs now based off of that project. So I would say that's the most surprising thing I've heard about it.
And I heard that that's the 3rd best you see, right?
I am a Bruin, so just to let you all know, we are number one.
I'm Oregon State, so I don't care.
Yeah.
And then I'll circle back to Councilmember Adams.
Thank you. I think one of the most surprising things to me is the value of the Regional Housing Technical Assistance Program. Again, something that all of your cities and all of your counties have access to. And if that's not something you're aware of, get back to your planning manager and say, how are you doing with this, this technical assistance program? It's available to all 109 jurisdictions. And I don't know why I keep saying 109 because it's 110, right? But the other thing, too, that I think was surprising to me was that this program, this technical assistance program that was designed by ABAG, received an American Planning Association California Chapter Northern Section Award of Excellence, first place, and Award of Excellence from the California Chapter of American Planning Association, using these REAP 1 funds in order to set these goals. I left kind of out in the middle. You know, we pay our ABAG dues. We get access to these technical assistance grants, right? And the technical assistance monies helps us go after those big dollars that we have. So if you just start at one end and you think, oh my gosh, you know, I think I'm fond of saying the ABAG dues are a heck of a buy at twice the price. Because if you take the $14,000 we're going to pay, $13,000 whatever we're going to pay this year, and just go up against what we've just been able to get in the last couple of years, it's just unbelievable. Just being able to go through that process and use the talent and the skills of these sub-regional groups, and ours, particularly Four Leaf. I hate to say it because we have probably the best up in Sonoma County, but thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Wait, and Ms. Sirkay, was something that is unexpected in Santa Clara County.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to speak on behalf of our city staff from just watching the collaborative work. You know, all of our cities and our city staff, they kind of work in silos, right? Like what's happening in Palo Alto, the Palo Alto city staff are working on their issues, and the same for Mountain View and Campbell. And I call out these cities because I see my council members here. But what I saw is that even outside of the planning collaborative meetings, the city staff from the different cities are still working together and learning from each other. And I thought that was so amazing because our problems are not limited by, and I'm going to say this, and so don't kill me, but the artificial boundaries of our jurisdictions, right? Or arbitrary of our jurisdictions. It's homelessness, housing. These are cross-city, cross-jurisdictional issues, and they're working together. And I thought that that was really amazing. And our planning collaborative consultants are the same ones who advised 21 Elements in San Mateo County. And now we're building a little bit of synergy with San Mateo County as well. And so I feel like the learning and the collaboration just continues to grow more than what the original program had intended.
And
Thank
that is an excellent point to end. On behalf of the panel, thank you for staying 15 minutes late. Give yourselves a hand and give the panel a really big hand tonight. Thank you very much. Oh, do I hand that back to you? Sorry. They didn't tell me that.
I think formality, class dismissed. Thank you all so very, very much. Appreciate your attendance today. Thank you.
There was a public comment.
Oh, public comment, yeah. Sorry, technicality. Any public comment on this item? Anyone wishing to participate and make public comment, use the raise your hand feature or dial *9.
There's one member of the public online who wishes to make a public comment.
Okay, I'll go ahead and give 1 minute.
Roland,
Hi, Roland.
You got 1 minute.
You
Go
got
ahead,
1
please.
minute.
Thank you, Chair Cameron, and it's going to be very brief. I just want to bring to your attention that the presentation for the last item and this one are both missing from the packet, and we somewhat could arrange to work with our wonderful MTC ABAG staff to have them uploaded. That would be much appreciated. Thank you very much, and have a nice weekend.
Thank you. We'll take it. We're on that. Staff's got that. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Roland. Seeing no other public comment, I'll close public comment and I'll adjourn this meeting, the General Assembly of ABAG 2025. Thank you so much.